Good morning and welcome to this sixth round fixture of the CWI Rising Stars Men Under 1950 Over Championship match between Guyana and the USA Men 2. News from the middle is that the USA Men 2 have won the toss and elected to bat first. Joining commentary by Al, making some final notes. But it's a good day for cricket here. The sun is out. There's a nice gentle breeze coming from right to left on your screen as we see the Guyanese out early on the field. The batsmen have not made their way to the middle as yet. The opening bowler, Wavell Allen, is already marked his one from the pavilion end. And just to provide some context for this match, the men from Ghana have lost four out of their last five matches, but their only win in the tournament so far has been in their previous game against the Leeward Islands, where they won by 2 wickets. It was a close encounter at Connery. For the USA men, they've lost all their games so far in this tournament, with one game being abandoned due to rain in Nevis against the Windward Islands. So we expect a enterprising game here, although the form of these two teams have been relatively poor throughout this tournament. They would be hoping to make amends here and get a positive result. As the men from the USA, they make their way to the middle, the opening batsman. And on strike is Ange Boje, number 24, a left-handed batsman, and his partner, Jeremy Samuel, the wicket-keeper. He's at the non-strikers end. So we're just about to get play underway here at St. Mary's Park in Keon. Good morning to you, Al.
Good morning, Vijay, and good morning to the viewing and listening public. We really expect a tough battle. It's a battle of the bottom place teams. The USA men's team number 2 is thirsting for a victory. They came into the tournament as a second string team to their number 1 team, but a number of them individually are looking for places in the top team. Here they go. First ball is wide down the leg side. So immediately the USA team 2 is off the mark.
The feel for Boje, there's two slips, a man at deep third man. There's a mid-off, the captain Van Lang at mid-off. There's an extra cover and a point on the offside. On the onside, there's a deep fine leg. There's a man at mid-wicket and a man at mid-on. Yeah, and this one is a much better line delivery. He's beating the batsman outside the off stump. So a quick change here by Allen. He began by going over the wicket. Now he's changed the angle by coming around the wicket, and he did seem to get some movement away from the left-handed batsman. Of course, this is the second time these two teams would be playing at this ground, and well, of course, based on what I would have mentioned before, it hasn't been really happy hunting throughout this tournament.
Well, he has a much tighter line from that angle coming around the wicket. There's a little bit of concern with his follow through at the umpire.
Just as in the previous game against
Another wide. The score moving on with extras. It's now 2 without loss. And Allen's been urged to make him play. So they need him more on the top of off stump.
This one is played nicely, steered past the man at point, and they're gonna come back for two. So good shot to get off the mark. Boje.
Well, he's about 5'5" and he did his best to get on top of that one, open the face of the bat, and found a vacant position just past third slip or gully position down to the third man area and collected 2 runs off the bat. So it scores now 4 without loss.
When this one is driven nicely, but it hits the man at hits the non-striker. Just dribbles into the onside. Yes, I was mentioning the USMN their first game here at Keon, they would have lost to the Leeward Islands by 3 wickets. It was somewhat of a close encounter, a low scoring game, and they certainly pushed the men from the Leeward Islands. They probably would have been ruined the fact that they did not get more runs in their batting innings. Ooh, and he's flashing outside the off stump is Boje. Of course, the men from Guyana would have lost to the Windward Islands by 79 runs, and they were really batted out of that game by a wonderful 100 from a Fontaine from the Windward Islands. That innings allowed them to get on to score in excess of 280.
This going seems to be yielding the most 100 so far. I think
But
two,
this is a nice strike.
200, 2 out of the 400 scored in the tournament so far was scored at the Cairn ground. And you see a lovely cover drive. 2 more runs to Boje.
Says at the end of over number one, the score is 6 without loss. So with that game, the US men, the captain now at the far end is 36. The captain, Jonathan Van Lang, he's gonna come from the far end. And Jeremy Samuel, the man on strike. Left outside the off stump, steady start. Of course, these teams have struggled with the extras. They've done a really poor job limiting the extras throughout the innings, particularly wides. So that is something that they need to really address if they are to give themselves a chance of getting a positive result in this match. Ooh, and he's reaching for this one outside the off stump. And it's the same pitch that we've used throughout this tournament. There's only been one game that was played on the strip furthest to the left, but we have used the middle strip so far here at Keon for this tournament. The field, there's a man at slip, there's a man at about a gully position, there's a third man, point, cover, extra cover, and mid off. There's a man at mid on and a deep fine leg. When he's this one rising off a back of a length.
Well, both opening batsmen are height challengers, we would say. They're not very tall men. They're just about 5'4", 5'5", 5'7" at best. And the short rising delivery, they try to get on top of it and ride it to the outside. Now the captain has strengthened his slip card and having seen that reaction from the batsman.
When this one is cut down to that man there, just about a fourth or fifth slip area. It doesn't particularly seem like a gully per se, but it is interesting that he's gonna persist with that delivery outside the off stump. The keeper would have collected one just on the bounce by his ankles. This one again, just targeting the off stump is Van Lang, but steady is the batsman. And these, what we've seen here at Keon is that it does require the batsman to give themselves a chance, build an innings.
It looks like he took a step up as he realized that the balls are coming just below his knee height.
Now Samuel is wrapped on the tie pad, but no run taken. So at the end of over number two, the score six without loss. So a maiden over there. Good start by the captain Van Lang. So he takes his position now at mid off for the left-handed Boje, who's gonna be on strike from the pavilion end.
Van Lang was bowling without a mid wicket, and so that last ball we saw Samuel trying to ease him into the onside for a quick single, but was beaten for pace, and the ball thudded into his tripod. But so far, Boje has been scoring. Looks fluent to the outside. Both scoring runs were on the outside of the pitch. He's on to four, extras two, score six, 2 overs gone.
When he's playing back to this one, got good bounce. Did Allen there, and he's just playing that one a bit late at risk of chopping it back onto his stump. Of course, we have seen that when the ball is new, especially in the first innings he had Keon, it does provide good bounce and carry. But as the ball gets older and as the pitch uh, gets more sun on it, it gets a bit low and slow as the day progresses. So these two batsmen would be hoping to at least maximize as much as possible the bounce and carry. This one is nicely lined again outside the off stump by Allen. So he did start his spell waywardly, but has done a good job at least of finding a line just outside the off stump to the left hander.
As you talk about the pitch, I still stay with my earlier assessment that this is a spinner's paradise. And if you go back to the assessment, to the analysis of the figures, I'm sure we'll know that spinners think the most wickets on this track.
So, ooh, and this one is a good leave. You have to say it. It was on just about above the off stump, and so good judgment being shown there by Boje. And of course, Allen, he did have one that moved away from him earlier. So if he's targeting that off stump, he can hope to just have one keep its line or just swing back in or seam in to see if he can get to touch that off stump. When Boje is fishing outside the off stump, unable to make any contact there. So good start here by Allen. He's really testing Boje outside the off stump.
Well, it looks as if the scoreboard is getting to them because they scored six in the first over, nothing in the second over, and the way Boja is flashing after that, it looks as if runs are on his mind, or the lack of runs, therefore.
Ooh, and this one is driven nicely, but only to the man there at extra cover. That is Rampasad Ramnath, the opening batsman for Guyana. Yes, and you were talking about the pitch. I did go out and look at the surface. It seems really firm, but there are areas on the pitch where there's a less grass covering than others, and I do believe that those are the areas that the spinners will extract maximum turn and bounce from as the innings progress. As this one is just scooped over backward point, and it's gonna run close to the boundary. The batsman cross for two. So finally, Boja is able to get some runs to the offside in this over. Score now at the end of over number three, 8 without loss.
A little risky on that occasion as the ball was airborne for a moment. And for that said moment, the bowler was hopeful that somebody would be able to get close to it. But it was in the gap, roll down to white third man, but they were able to pick up 2 runs.
Listen, of course, you did mention that this USMN team still is more of a developmental team. So they are playing in somewhat of a less intensity than their first team counterparts, but they would be hoping to implement some of uh, the mannerisms in which the first team go about playing their game. That includes good running between the wickets. That has been an element of the first team's style of play. They've run well between the wickets, and they've also looked to get on the front foot. They've looked to drive as much as possible. They've also looked to maximize the middle overs. They haven't allowed themselves to be bogged down in the phases of play where the spinners operate in mostly. As Van Lang continues from the far end. And this one is shot outside the off stump. Of course, he does have two slips, and that man at gully along with a backward point is still a deep third man, an extra cover, and a mid off on the offside. Then there's a straightish mid on and a deep fine leg on the onside. So he has to really be consistent with his line outside the off stump. There's little room for error if he strays too straight or on leg stump. This one again is pushed to the man at the backward point, and there's a shot at the stump, and he's gonna get some overthrows here. The man Matura is coming around here at straight mid on, but there was a chance for a run out at backward point. The batsman Samuel would have just clipped that one to backward point, took off for a run, but he didn't get the response from his partner. And had that hit the stumps, I think he would have been run out. However, they're able to cross for two because of the overthrows.
Yes, he had already given up. He was down a creek without a paddle.
Yes. Ooh, and he's now just playing inside that one outside the off stump. So a steady start here by the opening bowlers. They have been targeting that area just outside the off stump for both batsmen. We haven't really seen anything in terms of lateral movement that would probably make the experience a bit more difficult for the opening batsman. But a steady start here. This one is full, and he's driving it to the man there at backward point again. Samuel.
Certainly a quiet, steady start. But I think Guyana will be the happy little teams after conceding just 10 runs in the fourth over.
Of course. When this one is just played past that man there at gully, it was an intentional shot. He was trying to run it down to third man, but it just flew to the right of the man number 86, that's Ramdial in the gully. And so dangerous shot really uh, by Samuel. Gets a single and they over concludes with the score on 12 without loss. Oh, sorry, there's one delivery left. See a change in the field for the left-handed Boje. So now it's the first time he's going to be on strike to Van Lang. So there's a deep fine leg. There's a man at just forward of square. There's a mid on, a bit wide. There's a mid off, extra cover, backward point, deep third man, and two slips. Oh, sorry, it's not two slips, it's a slip and about a gully again. And this one is short and it's a top edge and it's coming down to us here in the comment booth. Goes all the way to the boundary for four. So at the end of over number four, the score 15 without loss. That one a bit a bit scary there. Shot by Boje. It was a short delivery. It was a top edge down to fine leg and got away with it with a boundary. And so the captain insisting on a short length, and he did get somewhat of a result there with the top edge just flying down though to fine leg. As now Samuel takes his guard, it's going to be his first time facing up to Allen. Continues from the pavilion end.
And Allen again will change line. He's going over the wicket to the right hander this time.
So that change in field is only two men here on the
Yeah,
onside.
a 7-2 field, yes.
It's a 7-2 field in favor of the offside. This one is full and played with soft hands to that man there at gully. And so Samuel, he seems to like to flirt outside the off stump. He did have one in the previous over where he ran past the man there at gully, close to him. So something he should be wary of, and certainly something that would cause encouragement to the bowlers of Guyana.
We're not hearing much chopping. They're not seeing much success in terms of chances to get a wicket, but they're working hard.
When this one is much more straighter, played out to the man there at extra cover. So there's a slip, a gully, a deep third man. There's a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off. And there's a deep fine leg who's a bit wide and a straight mid on. Sorry, that deep fine leg is on the boundary. And then there's a man at a close-ish mid on, wide. When he's playing back to this one. So what the Guyanese have done well, they haven't really, even though they're targeting the off stump, they haven't really bowled too much half volleys, allowed them to really get on the front foot comfortably. We see a change in field now. There's a man moving from the offside. I think it was extra cover, and he moves now to an orthodox mid wicket position. Captain comes a bit straighter at mid on. When he's reaching outside the off stump is Samuel, so he's certainly been struggling in regard to his work outside the off stump. He has flirted with a few, gotten the edge once, and so the batsman have a little bit of a conference. His partner probably telling him about that he's flirting too much outside the off stump.
Well, to be honest, the Guyanese have kept up that temptation of that corridor of uncertainty or just outside the house, hoping for that edge.
And this one is driven nicely, but the man at backward point comes around, has a shot at the stump, but well backed up by the captain at mid on. One delivery left this the fifth over, and so steady start by the USMN too. Although they haven't gotten off to a flying start, they also haven't uh, allowed themselves to lose a wicket. Ooh, and he's again reaching for that one outside the off stump, and the over concludes. So at the end of over number 5, they score 15 without loss. USMN 2.
We scored it just over 3 and over. Quiet but steady, no loss. They're looking confident when the ball is close to the bat, but still there's a danger of them picking up an edge. And Apple is really ready for it. He's been taking them and shouting, hoping and praying that one of these edges will come his way.
It's been a steady start here by the men from the USA. It's good bowling by the Guyanese so far. They haven't really given anything away, really. The boundary, the only boundary in the innings coming off a top edge to fine leg. He's trying to go short again, but this one is better controlled. A good pull shot behind square. And so he gets his second boundary of the innings, does Boje. It wasn't that short of a delivery. It got about hip height and he just swiveled on it and played it into the backward square boundary for 4.
When he was listening to you, Vijay, when you were saying the only boundary came off top edge, there was the full face of the horizontal bat, swinging that ball into the deep backward square leg boundary. 4 1s all along, typical left-handed stroke. And some of them played a little style and panache. We didn't see it as just now, but he just effectively pulled it into the boundary for 4.
Van Lang now goes back outside the off stump now. Of course, there's nothing wrong with testing the batsman with a short delivery, but you of course have to first of all ensure that it gets to a height that's gonna make them uncomfortable. And that one, as I said, it was about hip height. So he was able to get around it. Probably if he wants to go short, he needs to get into the chest and head area, which was where when he got that top edge, it was one just about head height. Ooh, and this one is driven nicely through the offside, just in front of point for 4. So a good shot there. It wasn't a half volley. It was just timed back of the length delivery, timed to the offside for 4. So Boje now he has 2 boundaries in this over.
And 2 solid boundaries indeed. That was like a half cut, half drive. He got on top of the bounce and placed it through the offside where there's a gap in the cover point area.
And the key to that shot was that he didn't try to overhit it. It was just sheer timing, and once he beat the infield, it ran away to the boundary for 4. And this one now just clipped to mid on for a single, and so good running by these 2 batsmen. Of course, I was stating that it is important for the batsmen to give themselves a chance to get accustomed to the pace of the wicket. Of course, these batsmen would have taken all, but we're in the 6th over now, so they have given themselves some time to get accustomed to the pace of the pitch, the bounce. So we'll be looking now to kick on a bit, as we see by Boje. His partner Samuel now on strike though. When he's fishing again outside the off stump. They have been very good to Samuel outside the off stump. They haven't really given him anything straight so far. And that is commendable when you consider the fact that it's a left and right hand combination at the crease, and sometimes it's difficult for bowlers to adjust their line and length. And this one is full and he's reaching for it. It just gets into the offside. And at the end of over number 6 now, the score 24 without loss.
24 without loss. Allen, wearing number 74 for Guyana. To continue. Budget to face. Budget has been the more attacking of the two. As I'm going to be joined by co-commentator McCall. Short one, way over the hood and right to the call wide. Third wide for the inning so far. I think all the wides have been bowled by Allen. All down the leg side on two previous occasions. This time he tried a short one, but the ball rose way above the head of Budget. That could have been two budgets before he could reach it. Here is Allen again, once again from the pavilion end into Budget. He was driving out of the house. Apple is collecting. Apple is probably the most ready man out there for that edge. He's been asking and getting in position. Every time the ball beats the outside edge, it's now 25 without loss with that extra, pushing on the score by 1. USA team 2. They have not lost a wicket. Looking quite steady and patient.
Yes, good morning, Al. 25 without loss.
Allen to Boje, who's driving down the inside, asking for a single. It's not there as mid-on comes in and collects.
Very quiet start by the team 1 of the US of A. At the same time, the team 2 of the US of A, Van Long and Allen, trying to dislodge or to cramp these two diminutive batsmen, Boje and, as it were, Samuels. But, of course, they have just eased down to 25 without loss.
Looking to the inside, if I the gap this time, you can get runs, at least 2. Could be more as the ball runs close to the boundary and they're turning for the third one, changing their minds. Why is this so? As the show comes in now.
But I remember years ago we used to say 1 for the throw. So I don't know, that seemed to have gone out of the game these days.
That's when you had weak people throwing and they couldn't throw the ball from the boundary to the wicket.
Okay. Or very quick batsmen between runners between wicket.
Both.
So to put it in context, it's been a morning that is very quiet. I can't say anyone has gotten away or has taken the advantage so far. It's just quietly going along. And of course, it's still early in the exchanges, and we would have to see some more, at least up to about over number 10, 12 to see what who is taking the advantage.
Well, I want to agree with you. Even Steven so far, they're scoring at a rate of just about 4 and over. This is the 7th over, and they're just about 27 without loss. The kissing here is without loss.
Mm-hmm.
If you're scoring at a rate of 4 and over without loss in the early goings, and if it continues by the 10th over, you'd have 40 with all your wickets intact.
Well, each team must have a plan, and Van Long seemed to have had a plan for bowling just about outside off stump, as he is now.
Going aerial this time, that's Boje. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, trickling away to the boundary. Fielders converge on it. Van Long. It looks like Ramnath combining to get that throw in.
The ball that was somewhat pitched up, he played at it, took the top half of the bat and ballooned up over extra cover. And because of the height, of course, it wouldn't run away quite as quickly to the boundary. So Ramnath pulled it in eventually.
Going again, but this time straight to the captain at mid-off. There you see rehearsing the shot. He wanted to pick the gap, but couldn't get the ball in between mid-off and extra cover.
Yeah, the plan for Van Long seemed to be serve the balls more outside off stump. He had a more like a 7-2 field at one point. But whenever they are on the onside, they were picked away for four, like he did at one point, bowling a very short delivery to, I think it's Bourget, who pulled and it came down to fine leg for one bounce four. Of course, whether you're bowling or batting, there should be a plan. And the American too seem to be pushing the ball around as they what they can get. They're pushing around when the bad deliveries present themselves. They capitalize on them. And of course, even though some of the shots has been eerie, they have not gone to hand. None of them.
Well,
So
the
they
plan for Guyana is to torment them outside the half stump with the exception of Van Lang, who's tried to dig in one or two and got punished. So let's see if they'll go back to the outside half stump ply. Van Lang continues in his fourth over, the eighth over the game. This time he's down the leg side. Ruined that opportunity as wides called by umpire Bayam.
Van Long 3 overs, one maiden, 17 runs, no wickets, and Wavell Allen 4 overs, one maiden, 13 runs, no wickets.
Well, keeping wicket intact is another seems to be another ply. They have not been overly aggressive, the exception of Boje, who has opened up a bit. Here's Jeremy, short outside the half stump, and another wide. Well, for this over, they can depend on the wides to keep up their one way.
Well, at least you can see the plan. He's trying not to bowl too straight. For bowling too straight, the batsman could simply cross and get the ball into the onside, and there's only a fine leg, and they shot mid wicket on the onside. So he's trying to bowl more on the offside, and in so doing, he has gone too far outside.
Van Lang driven through covers, a lovely looking shot. This will get runs. 1, 2. But that's all they'll get. No, they're trying for the third. This one is one for the third this time. And they get through. 3 runs.
Yeah, good running. A ball that was up on the off stump. It was driven nicely, in my view, between cover and, down to cover. And it was pursued by 2 fielders. One of them put in a slide and tried to get it to his partner. That wasn't done all that successfully. And so that gives the batsman the opportunity to turn for 3. Running between the wickets have been the hallmark of the American teams. This one as well is no different.
Van Lang, but is on top of it, and yes, looking like the team one indeed, just dropping it short of mid-on and running down the wicket for a single.
Yeah, I was looking at a batsman who I admire quite a bit, Pascal, from the Windward Islands. Hits the ball so crisply. The problem with that is that you can hardly get a single because most of these shots go straight to the batsman, to the fielder, sorry, and so they're denied singles. But playing with soft hands sometimes has its advantages.
Van Lang to Samuel, turning it into the onside. Mid-on is there, preventing any sort of a single.
Yeah, the mid-on has come a bit closer than it was earlier because there's a tendency for the openers to touch the ball and run.
Team Ghana must have been doing their homework as they're bringing their fielders closer to prevent that possibility of that single. Full toss, clip through mid-wicket. 1, 2, easy 2. And just like that, they're above their initial run rate.
Which is now 4.83 and a projected score of 242. But that ball was a full toss, and the batsman, he knows that there are very few fielders on the onside, so he deliberately turned it on the onside, and 2 easy runs are had.
Van Lang to Jeremy outside the half stump. He just watches it go wide, and the umpire calls a wide. Bayam says that's too wide.
Yeah, well, Van Long trying not to on the onside or not to bowl too straight. Again, he is transgressing, as it were. by going a little too wide beyond the mark that is comfortable for the batsman. At least the umpires are there to make that call whenever that happens.
For our defensive goals, Jeremy. No one on this occasion. They already had their quota for this over, so Jeremy can take it easy.
Unless he wants to be greedy. And of course, he has been the most subdued of the two opening batsmen. 23 balls, he has 8.
Patience. Here comes Van Lang. Shot, 23 inside. You'll get one, at least one for sure. You get one. Looking for two. As the man converges on the ball now. Sends it in. Only 1-1.
Yeah, it's a matter of control. If you're having a 7-2 feel, as sometimes is the case, then you have to have enough control not to err too close to the batsman or not too straight or even a full toss. But it means that you'll be played through the onside, and whatever you get, those are credits. With slip, cover, gully, extra cover, and so on, there is need for you to bowl just about outside the off stump, not giving the batsman any room to turn you on the onside. And it is trying to turn on the onside that creates the opportunity. It's like dangling a carrot. I move all the fieldsmen from the onside, and then I'll give you outside off stump, hoping that you will go across it. But if you're not going to be consistent in terms of your line and length, then it defeats the purpose.
Alento Samuel. This time, shadow length, straighter. Samuel just gets behind it and pushes it back down the track. No one. It's a 6-3 field on this occasion. Van Lang, the captain, is at mid-on. It's a mid-wicket. Looks like Ramnath. And there's a man down on the fine leg boundary. The gully has disappeared. He has gone to a backward point. There's a cover, extra cover, mid-off. And a man down there at third man and a lone slip. Allen working hard. This turn Owen down the leg side as Samuel is able to turn it down to fine leg to get 1-1. Ball being relayed now from Apple to the captain.
I take it very shortly we'll see a change in bowling.
Well, Allen has bowled 5 so far.
Yes.
Maybe Van Lang will continue with his fifth as well to make 10 overs by the pace. And then we'll see the change. But another change in feeling as they're trying to push back that man to push Mr. Boja, who has shown some aerial shots, so straight some aerial shots. Probably want him to go after Allen again, and this time aerial. Here he comes. Allen into Boja. Asking, and Thompson is denying.
The ball well pitched up. He was coming down late on it. Apparently, he was expecting something else. It cannoned into his pads. The umpire, though asked a simple question, did not respond. And so Mr. Bourget lives to fight another day.
He's on 24 and looking to push on the score. He gets ready now. A low crouch.
Thank you.
It's 5'5" stature. Allen outside the Austin wide.
Yeah, you see, and the wides, of course, adds to the batting team and gives the bowler another ball to deliver. So instead of running in 6 times, he has to do it a 7th. And of course, that takes, as Vijay was saying, it takes some stamina from them. It tires them out.
Wide again. The 5th one by Allen.
Yeah, apart from his wides, he has been bowling fairly steadily, and he happened to be falling in a mode of transgressing the law and punishing himself, actually, and crediting the batsman.
Well, let's go move on to 42. He left the drive again, this time into the boundary. 1, 2, 3 bounces into the boundary.
Yes, a ball right up and slightly wide of Berger. He freed his arms and went up over the extra cover area and into the boundary for 4. Again, Allen has been bowling rather well, apart from his indiscretions as it relates to his wides. He has been fairly good in my opinion. In that case, he was simply trying not to go too wide, but he went wide enough for Berger to free his arms, and apparently a little too close to the batsman. He freed his arms and he went up.
When I saw them bringing the extra man into the offside, I thought they were going to pull back the extra cover for that same shot. You see again with the same along the ground, a beautiful shot, challenging the boundary, getting into the boundary now, 2 consecutive 4s.
Yes, a ball that was again even fuller than the first one. He spanked it on the ground all the way. There was no opportunity for a catch to be taken. It was well struck, and it went away for 4. Again, the young man apparently tiring a bit. He's been going for the last. This is his 5th over.
On the track,
yeah, his 5th over, and one would understand that he is beginning to. We have 2 batsmen that are disciplined. They are not giving you any chances of getting a wicket, and so there could be some frustration creeping in.
Well, that boundary brought up the 50 without loss in the 9th over. So they're well on target, improving their run rate drastically. Pulled, missed, ball into the delicate area.
Yes, I guess he has some protection. A delivery that didn't make much height, and then given Berger is a man who crouches rather low whenever he takes up his stand. He tried to pull, he missed it, went into the box, as we call it. Some people say in the peanut area, and creating some area of discomfort for him. So he's still bending over. The healing process takes a little time, and so he will be free to continue.
But at age 19, I could recall that's one of the first pieces of equipment I would put on.
Yes, you must have a box over that area, or a cup as we call it. I remember there was a batsman who didn't put his on and got down to bat and remembered and came back. And when he was strapping on, he said, well, I do not want this career to be ended this early. So he put on his cup. Now Berger is being administered to by the physio, and of course to further relieve him of whatever stresses have been caused by Allen's delivery.
He's been pumped, as we would say, trying to relieve any stress from that area, but he's up, looking good now. We'll continue with this score. 50 without loss. Berger is on 32. More aggressive with the 2 so far, while Samuel is just motoring along on 11.
In my view, Samuels could be the danger man, because sometimes there's a guy who is flowing and is really scoring a lot of runs, and the next to him, the second to him, not scoring much but last long and eventually do much more damage in the end. He has faced 25 balls as Samuel. He's made 10 runs, and 26 that is. Berger 28 with 32, going over 100, 114.
Yeah, we've seen that in the other men's team where Gill and Gag are the ones who open the innings, and usually Gill is more aggressive. Gag anchors, and then Gag scores more runs. In fact, In fact, it is second highest score in this tournament so far.
That is correct. There's a change in bowling. Afraz Ali, let me get his name correctly.
Edge down to slip.
Afraz Ali Badu.
Bodo.
Yes. He's coming from the northern end and doing some medium pace, replacing his captain Van Long.
We call that blackish medium or a little Marby pace.
Could be dangerous though.
And that one is wide outside the off stump. Not much ginger in it, so it's all Marby.
So Badu bowling right arm over the wicket. And let me look at his field for you. There's a slip, third man, point, cover, extra cover, and long off. On the onside, there's a deep backward square leg, fine leg. Well, not on the boundary, he's in the circle. And there's a man at mid wicket.
The two outside the circle are the third man and mid wicket. Third man in the line. Budo trying to tease that man to edge the ball to Apple. Doesn't work on this occasion as Samuel is back on the course, getting it into the point area.
Budo is gentle medium. Wouldn't seem to pose a threat as it relates to anybody's injury, but the edge could become the vulnerable part. And he's again outside. In fact, he's
wide, yes. Bayam is calling it a wide. Extra is doing quite a good job in bolstering the score for USA too. Mostly wide. We haven't seen any no balls, but we've seen a lot of wides. All bowlers so far have been guilty. Here is Budo. Budo to Samuel. Samuel is guiding it into the outside. Can't get a one. Still 52. 52 without loss. The wide pushed up the score by one just now. 52 without loss, and this is the 10th over. A little bit of encouragement being shouted out. He comes, guides into the outside.
Yeah, but playing with firm hands this over has been Samuel's. Normally we see the soft hand touch and the quick running, but that didn't happen. He was pretty firm in pushing the balls to a point area or cover area, and no runs to be had because the balls were reaching the fielder pretty quickly. So the reaction time wouldn't give him the opportunity to take a single. But this has been the hallmark of the American teams. They have been touching soft with soft hands and running. There's another change, seemingly at this end. Matua is the one coming on from the southern end, the pavilion end. Seems to be a right arm, left arm. Let's look at it. Changes in the field. There's a man going on the deep backward square leg boundary, one on the mid wicket boundary. Of course, there is a slip, a point, man at cover, man at short, extra cover, and the mid off.
As we suspected, the spin. Outside of some wide. So says umpire Thompson.
Yeah, that's a loosener. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. It's a loosener.
It looks a little bit of a spinner, so the control sometimes is hard to grasp at the first instance. Let's see if he works his way into it. Here he comes again.
Ciao.
Edged and out. As soon as he came back, as soon as he came back online, Budo went after him. Budo didn't wait.
Yes.
And now he cannot wait. He is in utter disappointment as he is off the field.
Yes.
Got into his 30s.
Mhm. Yeah, Boje, angry with himself, showing you signs of his disappointment. To good innings, in my view, 23 balls, 32 runs. And of course, he was out caught by the man at slip, and he was bowled by Matua. I hope I have the name correctly.
Yeah, it's
Matua.
Matua. You're correct. Yes.
Yes, bowling right arm leg breaks, wrist spinner, and maybe there were a few googlies in between. But that ball touched down just about his center and off, and he was groping forward. There could have been some movement away, and he took the edge and was caught. The first wicket falling for the American number two, and the current score as we speak to you, 51, 53. It is for one.
53 for one, and as soon as the spin is introduced, we see the fall of a wicket. I'll take up that with Vijay again.
Yeah.
This pitch is spinner's paradise, and he has some homework to do to see how many wickets have fallen to spin on this track.
Throughout the games that we have had.
So the game that we
Yes.
had.
What is
I
significant
don't, I
though?
don't know if he's doing it now, but
Yeah. What is
Prasad from the US1 team had a 5 for here. So you can start by adding 5,
Mhm.
and then we saw Jamaicans, Laws, and Tamari Redwood getting at least 5 wickets as well over here.
what is significant is that whenever the spinners comes on, there is a drop in the scoring rate, and that has been the case in almost every game. Whatever the run rate is during the pace bowling, during the spin bowlers, there's a fall in the rate.
He comes again, driving out to the outside, misfield, but no chance of a single. Man seemed to have hurt himself.
The new batsman is Lishan.
As Latif may have hurt himself. Harry Babu is the new batsman. Batting at
Harry
number
Babu.
Batting at number 3. His first offer was a drive. The bowler would like to see that as the ball is spinning away from that edge. Shot and pulled into the onside. The man down there, but he cannot get to it. Yes, he can get to it, but after the ball has crossed the rope.
Well,
Four
that tells me what you said is true. The wrist spinner, normally they have a problem with control, but once they get it right, they could move any team. But being offline, or they are quite often with control.
2 bad balls so far in this over. 1 good ball. If he gets it right as he continues, he'll be a problem. Again, down the leg side, wide, and the ball will run away down to the boundary. No, they will not get a boundary. Balls fall short. I get 2. So the score moves on by 3. A wide and 2.
I think he's trying to bowl a little too quickly. There's a tendency for leg spinners, whenever they want something quicker, they tend to pull it down. And as was the case with the one spinner from the leewards recently, every time he wants to bowl with quick delivery, he pulled it down. And so in this case, the one that was struck for 4, that was pulled down. And to make the adjustment, he erred once again.
So pushing out to the man outside. It will be a long over because he has bowled 2 wide, so another levy to go. 60 for 1, USA 2. Full toss, driven straight to Latif.
Again, the element of control is just a concern for even the coaching staff.
Yes, we can hear him giving instructions and encouragement. But Matro has picked up the wicket. He's earned a bit in bowling wides and giving a 4 ball, but he's the only wicket taker so far. It's now 60 for 1. Jeremy still on 11. And Harry Babu was just come to the crease, is now on 4.
You see the end of the 11th over, and the USA 2. They are now 60 for 1. They're going at a rate of 5.45 over. The projected score is 273. Do you think we'll see another 300 plus score today?
I don't think so.
Because you see the projected score changes just about every over.
I'm not bothering with the projected score. I'm looking at the spinners and how they will try to make inroads into this USA side as there's a change in bowling. Chulai, another spinner coming on. This time is a lefty. And an edge. He dropped it.
Yeah, he was.
From the reaction, there might have been an edge.
I think he was rejoicing too quickly. Could have been an edge. He took it and he was going to. He held the ball in an effort to put his hands up maybe and appeal, but he didn't hold on to it.
Here is Chulai, ball to Germany, full delivery. Flicked out to short mid wicket, no run. Again, Jeremy is blocking, almost playing back to his stump.
I think the keeper took the ball too quickly. Should have allowed it to drop. And even if it dropped and it spun, it could have hit the stumps.
That's exactly what the coach is telling him. Yeah. But Apple is very excited behind the wicket.
You can't deny that Chulai is creating some opportunity for the Guyanese and some discomfort and asking some questions of the batter.
Spinner's paradise.
Chulai, yes. Chulai. Or is it top wicket taker for Guyana? Yes, he has had 8 wickets actually. And is the most successful of the Guyanese bowlers. Chulai.
I should have had one from the body language out there. I think he was dropped by Apple. That one being pushed out to Latif in the extra cover area. Maiden over by Chulai.
In the over number 12, Samuels, 38 balls, still has 10. And Harry Babu, 4 from 5. Chulai 1 over, 1 maiden, 0-0. And Mathua, 1 over, no maidens, 8 runs, 1 wicket, and half of those 8 runs are wides.
Here you see again, trying to probe and pry out another wicket. Not getting through at this time. Being urged to use the googly. We'll see if he has it. Because we've seen most leg breaks so far. That was a googly. As his shoulder dropped. The ball turning back into the Harry Babu. He was a bit too short though, so it was read well by Harry Babu. Number 80, Matsura for Guyana. He has the wicket. 60 for 1. Looped up and banged into the outside. That goes straight into the boundary. A full toss.
Yeah, full toss to Harry Babu. He made no mistake. Slammed it hard and slammed it far for 4, in fact, crossing into the area where normally they play football. It was really struck well. Went quickly, and none of the fielders had a chance to cut that one off. Just a bad delivery.
They had to move the goalpost from the football area, so it seems he had a 4 and a goal. Here is Matsua again. Shorter, he's blocking into the outside, asking for a single. It's non-existent. They wisely go back to their respective creases. No harm done. 64 for 1. Harry Babu with that boundary moves up to 8. And it looks like Jeremy is either on 11 or 10, but been there well. He's been the anchor. Harry Babu pushing out, and this time he's getting a single. Soft hands out into the point area. 1-1 as Latif. And a scan comes to his left, it looks like, and fields.
Yes, Harry Babu is 9 from 10, and Samuel is 10 from 38. $65 it is for one in the 13th over.
Here we are, and this should be taken. They almost messed it up, but
Almost
eventually
messed it
keeper
up.
Apple took it. Communication lifted.
No, I know there's protocol. Whenever there is a catch like that goes way up into the air, they always say the man with the glove should take it on. In fact, somebody should call and say, my catch. And apparently nobody said anything. The keeper advanced, and the one other fielder, and he and the keeper apparently almost, well, there was no collision because they weren't moving per se. And but they could have messed it up because the keeper was right there. There was no need for the other fielder to be involved in taking that catch. So that's the second wicket for USA men number 2, 65 for 2. And of course, the second wicket for the bowler, Matoa. And he has taken now 2 for 13 in his 2 overs. He's a little expensive due to his wides and the 1 or 2 deliveries that were not well controlled. And that's expected with a man who is a risk spinner.
Spinner's paradise.
You said it, Al. You said it.
So 2 wickets to Matsuwa, none to Chulai, but Chulai, the leading wicket taker for Guyana, coming into this competition with 8 wickets. He put down a maiden and had a chance to remove the same Jeremy who was just out. And coming to the wicket now is the captain, Ari Pali. He has been batting well. I think he's had a half century so far and some other decent scores. Batting at number 4 with his team 2 down with a score on 65.
Harry Pally, a much taller batsman to Samuels. The two openers for the USFA 2, they were quite diminutive, and Samuel still being there. So Harry Pally, much taller, has number 34 on his back. 65 it is for 2. And of course, the spinners are now doing their due. Al suggests, and quite rightly so, it is a spinner's paradise. Spinners have come here and they have done very well. They're slowly scoring down. The movement on the ball sometimes frustrate the batsmen, forcing them into error, actually. And we see, in this case, Harry Pally was a bit, his eyes opened with that one from Matoa, took the top edge and went fairly high and was taken by Apple. Jeremy, is the one out? Yes, you're right.
Usually.
I'll say he's always right. I think Jeremy is the one who is out. Beg your pardon.
Here comes the problematic Chulai to bowl to Harry Babu in his second over. 65 for 1. And he's cut into the outside, no one. Khan is there, feeling a backward point. Good feeling. The feelings look good so far. Chulai to Harry Babu. Defending. After type of it seems. Knocked into the leg side, no one. No one, Chula has bowled 8 deliveries so far. No one scored off of him. Let's see if he can deliver another maiden or maiden wicket as far as Guyana is concerned. Caught into the offside. One bounce up to Latif. Chulai to Harry Babu. He's coming forward, defending. No one. Chula is really keeping him quiet. Silent Night is a song being played. No noise here at St. Mary's Park as Chula continues to tie up these USA 2 men's team. A drive, this time, no, he can't get anyone. A good throw from Khan. Removes the stump, but Harry Babu was well home. Umpire Thompson comes over with his tools to do all the repairs. .65 for 2. Both openers being dismissed by Matsura and Chulai in the middle of bowling another maiden. Chulai to Harry Babu. Driving aerial. Oh, that's a catch. No, that thing is ball bounce. A spectator's catch. It's only the commentator's catch.
Yeah. Yeah, but the ball was well pitched up. He drove at it. Of course, you're not seeing, but it bubbled under the bat and went straight to the fielder in the air from off the ground. And, he dropped it. You realize that, Al?
He dropped it, of course. That's what excited me. I thought it was a catch. I was dropped.
And that was not good. If something is in the air, it should be taken because you have to practice taking these catches. Yes, just in case.
Just in case the umpire didn't see, there's no referral. Once that finger goes up,
you're
it.
Out. Yeah. Projected score is 232 from this position. The current run rate is 4.6. It was up. It was up a little further. It was 5.2 at one point.
Ari Pali gets a full toss force up, back to the outside. Good stop there by Ramnath, Ramprasad Ramnath. Masur looking for his third wicket. Harry Babu drives straight up to the man there who allows a single. First bit of misfeeling.
The bowler could be warned not to bowl on the onside, given there are only 3 people on the onside of the wicket. Everybody else is on the offside.
That is where the boundary came from. Here he is again. Lifted into the onside. That one will challenge the boundary. As the man Khan is after it, gets it just inside the boundary. Sorry, that was Latif, it looks like.
Yeah, that was a ball that was full of length, though. He was up to him. And he, if you want to call it a slug sweep, he pulled it from where it was maybe center and off.
It was Khan who was giving chase. That was correct. Here is he covering up again. This time coming quickly in from mid-on, preventing any possibility of a single. Matua not successful in that over this time. He still has 2 wickets only. And Chulai will continue. He has bowled 2 maidens. They're yet to score from Chulai.
Yeah, 70 for 2. Projected score 234. 4.67 is the current run rate. Of course, Chulai has 2 overs, 2 maidens, no runs, no wickets. And Matua, 3 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 2 wickets. So it's a battle between bat and ball and a game of wit, and the bowlers trying to keep things quiet.
Ari Pali has really been batting well. I think he's the leading one scorer for this USA men's team. He's a half century so far.
Harry Pally has 12. Harry Pally 77.
177.
177. An aggregate of 177.
An average of 44. That's good. That's very good. Looks as if he's reading the ball well, but not been able to get it away for any sort of runs yet. July. Shot cut into the area. He should get four. Should get four for that shot. A lovely cut shot.
Yes, he was bowling so well, and he simply
Pull
transgressed
down that one.
in his length and was punished severely by Harry Pally. He had bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens, and these are the first ones from his bowling, and the coaching staff is shouting their advice to him, but pulling one down, which is what happens sometimes when you are a spinner.
They've employed a sweeper now, and Ari Pali looking to do the smart thing, the block on one, but the fielder there not allowing that to happen. Chulai yielding his first runs, a bounce here, lovely cut shot from Ari Pali. Chulai, Fuller, driven to the outside, and yes, the single is on this time. Looking for 2? No, they changed their mind.
Yeah, the captain was looking for 2. He didn't get support from his partner. Had his back turned, just ambling in, which is a kind of cricket that I don't like. You must always face the action, see what's happening. Finish your run and turn around, see what's happening.
You don't have to run, but just turn.
Just turn.
There is Hari Babu covering up. End of the over.
Yeah.
75 for 2.
Over number 16, and of course, Hari Babu is going to no, sorry, Hari Pali is the one that you want to talk about, being the leading run scorer for the USA men's tour. Will steady the ship after 2 wickets fell in rather quick succession, and he has already struck a boundary, and of course he's already 7 runs off 8 balls, 1-4, coming off Chulai.
Seemed to be batting well because in one of the innings they didn't get a chance to bat. The game in Nevis was rained out, and so he tallied 177 from just 4 innings. And then today he's opened up good, looking good. A crisp shot to the outside. He got a full toss as his first ball banged it away. But here you see again to face. Again another full toss, but straight to cover again. Matsuwa is still over pitching. Probably looking for that googly. Matsuwa, big step, then balls, pulled. That's 4. 4 written all over it. 1, 2 bounces.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Wasn't necessarily bad. It was a short delivery, but he went deep into his crease to get to access that ball. So I don't know who erred. The bowler erred in his length slightly, but who made it even shorter was the batsman who stepped back deep into his crease and pulled it nicely into the boundary for 4.
Well, I think the USA one team can look forward to this man, Ari Pali, who has been batting very well, to try to get him over into that team when this tournament is over. Here he comes again, this time defending in typical West Indian fashion. Boundary and then no.
Mm-hmm. It's a long time ago.
Just striving for that googly is Matsuro. Here comes again, his first big step, then runs into bowl to Ari Pali. Foolish delivery out to cover. 1 bounce, asking for 1 out. It's not possible. Single on.
I would like to have seen the captain scampering behind the keeper, though, just in the event he went past the keeper, but he was not doing that. Maybe putting trust on the man way down in the backward square leg boundary to back up in case he missed.
Or putting trust in the fielder who's throwing the ball, who shouldn't overthrow it. Harry Babu to face Matsura. Matsura up to Harry Babu, covers up, defending well. End of the over. Score has trickled down to 80 for 2.
Over number 16. The rate is not as it was during the pace bowlers. Just major about the same. But
I asked you to wait until the spinners are finished with them.
Then they finish.
Then we talk about it.
Okay. But a couple of boundaries would have benefited the batting team. A couple of poor deliveries. And, of course, they are still going at a reasonably good clip. It's now 4.71. Projective score to 36. Chulai is back again and having had about 5 runs off the last over.
Yeah, he has had one really bad ball in his 18 deliveries so far. Other than that, he's been tight and probing, as he did just now to Aripali. Here is Chulai into Aripali, who's driving on the outside. The man at long on comes in, no run. Still 80 for 2. USA 2. Winning the toss and batting. Must be satisfied with what they're going so far. They've lost the 2 openers, both of them to Matsura. An attempt.
No, he learned. Yeah. Well, the ball, he struck it into the ground, just close to him. It bounced up. On the first occasion, the keeper caught the ball. And the coach said to him, let the ball fall because you don't know where it will go. So this time he allowed it to fall. The batsman kicked it away, all within his rights, of course. Here's Chulai again asking questions. He was back and trying to force this one past point. He was successful in hitting it 2 point. And Chulai keeps probing.
That's the one that gets the batsman bold. Especially if you keep it straight. Aerial, not to the hands. Looking for 2, and they get 2 quite easy indeed as Khan gets it in after Arepali is home.
Yes, a ball that was full of length, but yet a little wide of our stump. He went at it. It took the outer edge apparently and a little high on the bat, and it went close to the point or cover area between those two, and it fell before it went to hand.
So I asking questions again. This time Arepali defending. He has gone on to 14 with that streaky shot.
Yes. Arepali seems to be a very confident striker of the ball. He hits it with power whenever he hits it. And 19 balls, he has 14 runs with 2 fours. And Harry Babu, 21 balls, 12 runs with 2 fours as well. The Chulai, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 7 runs, and no wickets. And Matoa, 4 overs, no maidens, 23 runs, 2 wickets. Of course, the spinners are asking questions and creating opportunities for dismissals.
Driven and dropped. And 2 runs for the Troubles.
Yeah, so there's another opportunity. Missed or not taken, but it went high to the right of the number 48, 49. 40. Ramnath, he went a little high for him. But at this level of cricket, we expect that to be taken.
Oh, yes.
We expect that to be taken.
Time it, jump within your grasp. I think he jumped too quickly, and then the ball just got to his tips. Again, they explain the possibility of a single as the ball is just nudged down to backward point area. Yeah. Matsura got the 2 wickets. Could have gotten 3. So 84 for 2. Matsura again. Harry Babu, foolish deliveries. Chasing straight into the hands.
And
It's a
out.
wicket.
And out. I didn't really see that. Yeah, it was a ball from Mathua to Harry Babu. It was a full toss. He struck it with some power and straight to the man at a short extra cover and or at cover, and he was out caught. Third wicket down.
Third wicket down, and again to the spinner. Masura has 3.
Mathua is 4.2 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, 3 wickets. Well, he hasn't updated yet, but 3 wickets. 84 for 3 as far as the figures are concerned. And this is over number 19 being bowled. Yeah, the Guyanese have done reasonably well. They've been patient. They've been taking their time. They're trying to bowl to a particular plan. Sometimes the plan is not followed to the letter, and which gave the Americans a chance to capitalize on those errors and those indiscretions. And of course, 82 for 3 represents a comeback in a way from the Guyanese because they were not looking, they were showing no penetration during the opening exchanges. But now the spinners have come on. We can see that they can now slice through the top order of the American too.
Well, they're going to the top order so far. They've gotten 3. Mathur has taken all 3. Caught at slip first, then caught by the wicketkeeper, a skied ball, and now one was banged straight to Mr. Latif, who took it cleanly. Here he comes again. The new batsman being Rahul Basu. Wearing number 1, Rahul Basu is at the crease now. Aripali is on 14. He came in at number 4, and he seemed to have steadied things a bit. But now he's looking at 84 for 3. Masrur to Basu. Basu is turning to one side. He wants a single. Sent back by Aripali. And the effort being applauded by Apple, who darted from behind the wicket to run out that one and force the batsman to remain in their crease. Here is Masura into ball to Basu. Basu is forward, blocking it right in front of him. End of the over. Successful over for Matura.
Yeah, a good over as well. There was one ball that a wicket could have fallen when the fieldsman missed his drum and didn't take it. But he has done well. 84 for 3. Mathur 5 overs, of course, no maidens, 25 runs. He has 3 wickets. And then Chulai doing a rather good job at the other end, 4 overs for 7 runs with 2 maidens. And of course, this represents a really nice comeback by the Guyanese.
And Chulai induced a little fall shot from Aripali last over, but it didn't get to a fielder. This time he shot, cracking to the outside. Another shot from Aripali that goes to the fence. 4 runs.
Yes, beautiful shot. Shot, apparently going away from him, and with the ball going away, it gave him the freedom to punch it, and he slapped it well and ran away for 4 through the cover boundary, or just about to the point area. And Aripali, of course, the most prolific of the batsmen for USA too, and he seems to be going well.
He's on 18 now. They put a sweeper in place.
Yeah,
Ramdell has gone to sweep the cover boundary to prevent that 4. Khan has remained in the backward point area, still looking for the catch. Forward goes Aripali.
Yes, Aripali need to be caught on his strength though. He seems to like to get back and cut, and so let his strength be his weakness. Set your field in such a way and give him the cut. Chula is steady, even though he erred by being a bit short in this over. Yes,
If he has an
two.
arm ball in his armory, that's the one that will probably bowl down Chula. He's cutting again. This time, Ramdal is out there. They get one, and that's all they'll have.
Yeah, the Americans do have run well. Um, the American team one seems more pronounced at this drop and run game.
Yeah, I
But
reflected on that, and they play the ball very late.
they played late, played soft and run.
Yep.
But there's an element of that in this team number two as well.
Yeah,
But
we just see a little of
yeah.
it.
But
That's fun.
Ari Pali striking the ball as firmly as he would. He seemed to be not into that game. Hits it very firmly most times.
He's playing according to his strengths.
So Basso hasn't faced the ball yet, or just one ball. Yeah, he has
He has
faced.
faced Matua.
He has faced mature. Okay, there you are.
Hasn't scored, but he has certainly faced balls.
89 for three, according to my calculations. 89 for three. Over number 20. We're looking to start over number 21. And of course, uh, so we're going to relieve my friend Al for a minute, and we'll have another friend by the name of Vijay. He will be replacing Al for the next few minutes as Mathua comes into um, Aripali, played out into the cover area for no runs. 89 for three, Vijay. A good score in your opinion?
It's been a interesting game so far. This one is lofted over long off. So for easy six there by that man Aripali, you would have noted that Aripali is the farm batsman for the USA men too. He came into the game with 177 runs at an average of 44. And so he's going along his merry way here. And of course, he's the key batsman. The Guyanese would be hoping to remove him if they are to restrict them to a total that they feel is worth, well, would give them a good chance for victory in chasing. Matura has been a bit guilty of being too full. He's gotten a wicket though with one of those full deliveries. Of course, he won't be complaining with that, but he just needs to pitch a bit more. He does seem to have the googly. This one is driven nicely, but well fielded, of course. Matura, as a bit of interesting trivia for you, that's actually my cousin.
He's your cousin.
Yes, and so he's.
All right, goody, goody, goody.
he's
I hope you were as
yes,
good
I
as
was
he is.
Well, he's much better than me for sure.
Okay.
He's done such a great job. As we see again, that googly spinning back in and just catching the batsman unawares. He was playing back to that one, a dangerous shot by
Basu.
it's Aripali who was on strike. He's done a good job so far. He's the main wicket taker. He's the only wicket taker with 3 for 31. And
Oh,
he's wrapped on the
catch
pad.
him on
That
the
has to be
crease.
plum.
Catches him
And
on the crease.
the umpire, though, does not give it. That was an interesting decision. I must say, I would like to know what that ball would have been missing. He seemed to have been playing back to it. It was the googly.
Yeah, he was playing back, but I think it might have been sliding down. He was back. He was struck, and the umpire did not go in the affirmative. In fact, he negated the appeal because I think, like him, he might have been missing leg stump.
Well, it certainly was a tight call by the umpire there. It certainly was a good shout and good bowling on him, irrespective of the decision. He did trap the batsman on his back foot in the crease, and they're certainly having some problems picking him once he is able to get it on the pitch. Chile continues from the far end. And what I've noted, McCall, is that these two bowlers have bowled well in a partnership. Now,
Mhm.
Matura has been more expensive of the two, but he has gotten the wickets. Chula, has been more economical. He's certainly dried up run scoring from his end. Of course, he started with two consecutive
Maidens, yeah.
maidens, and he's only conceded so far 12 runs in this his sixth over.
Yeah, he's been pretty good, except one or two short deliveries or slightly wide of off stump, where he was dispatched for a four by Harry Pally. And Matua, on the other hand, he has been um, rather good in terms of taking the wickets, but you can score easier from him.
Yes, it's, as I said, and the Guyanese as well. They've only used four bowlers so far. They also have in their team uh, Riyad Latif, who is also another leg spinner. And Latif, of course, he was a part of the breakout league for Guyana, and he's also a part of the Amazon Warriors squad
Hmm.
for CPL. And so they
Okay.
do have a good option should they turn to him as the fifth bowler in this innings. But Chulai has done a really good job of just being steady at his end. He has been guilty of a few short deliveries outside the off
And
stump.
very few.
Yes, but
Yeah.
he has for the most part been very consistent, and the only boundaries that he has conceded have been those two short deliveries outside the off stump at the
Yeah.
end of over number 22. The score 97 for 3.
Yeah. 96, I see here. I don't know okay, I'm updating. 97 for three. Yeah, Matua, though he has been expensive, he has created the opportunities for wickets and has done feel well.
So he did get a in that over last over where he got the wicket, but he's driving and he's got
I
him
got
again
another one.
caught at extra cover, and so Matura picks up 4, and that man at extra cover has been busy.
Yeah.
He was trying to drive that one. Was It looks like Aripali, and so Matura gets the big wicket. It seems we'll have to verify.
Yes, Aripali. Is it he was out or Basu? Well, as far as I have it, it's Aripali. Um, he has been hitting well. He got 1 6. Yes.
Yes, so
He got 1 6 from one from a tour. A baller was pitched up. He went up and over long on for 6. And he has been taking his liberties with these bowlers. Pally has been, and he has been more prolific than all the others. In fact, he has scored 27 in 30 balls with 3 4s and 1 6. And he went after Matua once again, and he didn't keep it down, and he perished in his efforts to dispatch Matua. And that's the game of cricket for you. Matua, though expensive, he's been taking wickets.
yes,
Chulai, on the other hand, has been a perfect foil. He has been measly. You hardly have an opportunity to score from him. There were two opportunities given where he erred just slightly, and he was dispatched by Aripali. And so the Guyanese having the USA men 97 for three.
says the new
For four,
batsman.
I beg your pardon.
Sorry, the new
Four?
batsman at the crease. Yes, Sean Jindal. Yes, 97 for 4.
For four, that's right.
Yes, and Matura, the man that has picked up all 4 wickets. And yes, you would have noted that Ari Pali, he was the key man for the US men. Of course, the opener Ange Borja, he was the second highest run scorer. Of course, he's already been dismissed, but the disparity of runs, Ari Pali had 177 runs coming into this game, and Borja, the second highest run scorer for them, he was on 115. So the disparity in terms of run scoring in this team, it's been heavily reliant on the captain Aripali.
Aripali.
And what the Guyanese should be looking to do here then is to get at these batsmen and try to put pressure on them. and keep taking wickets. This one is full. Just driven to mid off for no run. Yes, I was saying that in the last game that the USMN 2 played at Connery, they were bowled out for 140. So that is probably a figure thereabout that the Guyanese should be looking to then now restrict the USMN2 team to. And he's looking to cut outside the off stump. There
So
was an appeal, but I didn't hear anything from here,
yeah,
to be
that
honest with you.
was
But
that was while outside the off stump, he made a flash at it. Apple decided well there was an edge. He asked the umpire. In fact, he was running as though he wanted to celebrate,
Apple
but
has
that was
been
short lived.
really sharp behind the wicket, and this one is edged to the man fielding there at point. Yes, Apple has been too sharp on some occasions. There was that one time you noted, McCall, where there was an inside edge and it was about to roll backwards, but he snapped it up.
He snapped it. Yeah.
Oh, and he's flighting this one nicely outside the off stump. The batsman, it just came off the inner portion of the bat and came back to the bowler. So,
Am I right to say both batsmen are not?
yes, both batsmen are not. Yes.
Jindal and Basu. Jindal
Jindal, yes.
is now facing.
Oh, and this one is a bit short, and they're gonna get a single to the backward point region as the man there at third man comes around and cleans up. And so a successful over by Matura. He got the wicket and only conceded one run. And so the breaks are on here, McCall. At the end of over number 23, the score 98 for 4.
Yes, I think the Guyanese have now found their range. They think that they understand what's going on now, how the wicket is playing. The feeling has been relatively good in my view, except one where there was a overthrow. It didn't result in anything, but there was no one backing up for a while. And then the American too, they have been trying their best to get on top of the bowling, given the fact that Chulai has been very measly and Matho has been taking wickets. But the means by which they will get these runs has now been dislodged,
Yes.
and that's Harry Pally.
Yes, Avipali, the main man, and again, it's important for the Guyanese now to continue to add pressure to the USMN to batsmen. Oh, and this one is just squeezed past, slip, came off the outside edge. It's gonna go close to the boundary, and it just about is safe. No, it's 4.
Yeah, the
So
umpire signal for.
yes, it was the man there, number 24, Salim Khan, coming around at backward point. He was unable to stop the boundary. And so that one a bit fortunate, though it came off the outside edge. It was a bit short by Cholai, again being guilty of just being a bit too short there. And he persists with coming around the wicket, left arm around to the left-handed Jindal. And again, it's coming off the outside edge. And a single taken to that man Khan, backward point.
Yeah, he has to try to be a little closer to the off stump bowling to the left hander. At least if he gets too close, then he may be pulled. So he's trying to go a little wide, which took the edge. The other one, he drove it off the edge and went to point. Cholai, bowling rather well, in my opinion.
This has been very consistent. And the feel for him, there's a slip. There's a man at point in the circle. There's a man sweeping on the cover boundary. There's an extra cover and a mid-off. On the onside, there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Sorry, a short fine leg. And there's a man on the deep square leg boundary.
Yeah, here's a bit.
But he hasn't actually been in play. I don't think that the right-handed batsmen have looked to play Chulai through the onside at any stage, mostly in spell. And this one is short, and a misfield at point will probably allow for 2. Yes, and again that man
Number
Salim Khan
24,
is
yes.
he's been busy in that backward point region on both sides of the wicket at backward point.
Yes, well, he took most of the pace off it. He didn't stop it dead, and because of the deflection, the batters were able to take 2 runs.
And this one is a bit
He is
short
again
again.
bringing the number 24 into play. Uh, so Chulai may have to adjust his length somewhat instead of sending them back. He may want to let the batsman go forward, and then because of the ball drifting away from the right hander, it makes it very comfortable to chop toward point. He may want to adjust, but as Al was saying, it is the one that's coming back with the arm now that is going to create the problem. So one waits to see. Chulai, as it were, he has 6 overs, 2 maidens, and
7
30.
overs.
Hmm?
7 overs.
7 overs, 2 maidens. Is it 14 runs? No wickets. We need that wicket column to have something in it, and then he would have had a perfect spell. Needs something in that column which says W.
Matua to continue. This one is the full toss, and it's just clipped away to the man there at deep mid wicket for single. Again, he's a bit guilty of being too full, and he has caused problems when he's pitched it, and we've seen him bamboozle the batsman. Of course, there was a loud appeal against Basu in the last over, playing back to a googly. So that's where he needs to be. And he's flighting this one nicely, just driven past that man, diving at extra cover, and the batsman crossed for just one. So really good feeling there. I thought they were gonna push for two.
He touched it, he knocked it down somewhat, deflected it. That is where 2 catches went. So
Yes,
line that point there, short extra cover, 74. Allen is doing a rather good job.
no, it's Latif.
Latif.
Sorry, no, it's Allen. You're right. And this one is reaching and just diving over it is extra cover. Yes, you are correct. That man Allen, he's really been in the game, especially with Matua. Of course, there was the catch that the wicketkeeper took, but he was in the eye line of the wicketkeeper as well.
I thought that was a mistake. Though.
Yes, I don't think that they really communicated, but the catch was taken. But certainly a dangerous position for both fielders to be in. And he's playing back to this one, and you can see the frustration on Matua. He's thinking that one was just about to beat the inside edge. But when he has pitched it, he's looked really good. He's really bamboozled. Again, these batsmen, they're really struggling to pick his variations. And he struck on the pad again, but this one probably going down the leg side. So
Yeah.
Basu is 3 from 17 deliveries. He's found a bit of a struggle out there in the middle.
Mm-hmm. And Jindal is 8 from 9.
This one again, that man Allen, and he probably would have looked to take a shy at the stumps there, but he decided against it. So at the middle stage in regard to overs of this innings, the men from the USA, they are 108 for 4.
Yeah, Allen is having quite a day in the field. And he bowled a good opening spell as well. So all is well that works well. He has been taking a few catches in the short extra cover area, stopping a couple of crisp drives and helping his Khan is number 24.
Yes.
And of course assisting the guys to maintain line and length. So Khan is coming into the attack. He will relieve Chulai, who has done rather well in my opinion. 8 overs. Chulai, let me get his figures for you. Right. Oh, they're off. Anyway, only 14 runs went from him.
Yes, it was his spell was 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 20 runs.
20 runs, yes. They did very well. So he's been replaced by Shalim Khan from the northern end. from the Copperhead end. We call it Coach end. Yeah, well, and he's the batsman is there's a single was pushed out to short extra cover there and allowed, and we get some reaction from the coaching staff who thought that somebody should have done something. There was
But
Jindal who got his ninth one from his 10th delivery, and now Basso is a right-hander. He's facing Khan.
son, it was an interesting choice by the captain to bring on the off spinner. I think he was probably trying to get more deliveries to the left-handed batsman, get it spinning away. However,
Mm.
he was able to get a single off the first delivery. So good on him, Jindal. Basu is driving this one to the man at cover who is in the circle. So the field set there. There's a man at deep square leg. There's a man, and he's the only man out, I believe. Yes, he's the only man out on the boundary. So they're looking to constrict the run scoring. There's a man at short fine leg, short mid wicket, a mid on. There's a mid off. There's a extra cover, a cover, and a cover point. And he's looking to sweep, and it's in the air, but it's gonna run close to the fine leg boundary. And there's a man chasing, and that's number 74. I will have to verify, but good work nonetheless by that man. Also, it's number 15. Looks like Chulai. So Chulai, who was replaced by Khan, doing the fielding there.
Yeah, what was interesting is the fact that the Captain Van Long ran away from slip. And this is his second time I've seen him do that. He runs behind the fielder and hoping, of course, if he pulls back something, he will be in place. Okay, that's some commitment, I must say. And Van Long is not by means a small guy.
Let's see.
Uh,
He's burly built. One- This
but
one, there's an interesting feel here for Jindal. So there's a man at slip, there's a short extra cover, and there's also a short cover. Both of them in catching positions close to the wicket. And this one is short, and he's looking to slap that one past cover. Gets away with it. Does scan that short delivery at the end of over number 26, the score 112 for 4.
and of course, again, the scoring rate is 4.31. The projected is 215. So it has gone steadily down from about 240 down to 215. It was at 223 for quite a while, and then now it has fallen to 215. Um, but with the dismissal of Ari Pali, that projected score just may not be realistic. But one will have to wait and see. I don't think Chulai should have been taken off the ball. He should have been allowed to continue and make sure that they have fewer overs to deal with.
Matua, he's short, and his batsman is swinging this one backward of square. There is a man on the boundary, but he won't get there. So
Yeah.
Matua now being guilty of being a bit too short there, but a good shot by the batsman. He swung it away backward of square, and that was important because there is a man at the forward square boundary on the leg side. And
Yeah, but he swung it behind to avoid
yes,
the deep
yes,
backward square. Ball was short and it stood up and it was to his left, to the leg side. So he swung it back behind so the bowler, so the fielder man would not retrieve it.
and this one again well flighted. That man, Allen, in
Yes.
the cover. Is it? No, it looks like Latif. They are now 34.
Yeah.
Yes, and that man, whoever it is who has been at
37,
extra cover,
yeah.
he's been really busy. Uh,
Yeah,
once Matura is coming from the pavilion end, of course, Matura would be looking to get another wicket, get a fifer, and he's playing back to this one. Is Basu no, now moves on to 10 from 24 deliveries with that boundary that he hit behind square being his first, and the field has been changed, so there is a man now at that backward square boundary, There's also a mid wicket and a mid on the onside. And on the offside, there's a long off and a man sweeping on the cover boundary. There's a slip, backward point, cover, and then extra cover enclosed. He's playing back to this one, just flicks it to mid wicket, no run. Yes,
You don't know if would you bowl Matua right through?
Yeah, well, I think that would make the most sense from here. Uh, he does have Latif to lean on to continue, as this one is skied and it's gonna present an opportunity, but it falls between four fielders and the batsman. They have run, I believe it is
2 runs.
yes, they've run two.
Yeah, that was a ball that was kite high by, I think it was Basu, and the keeper ran away. The slip ran away. There was a man coming from the deep backward square, and they were all hoping to take the catch, but that was not to be. It fell well short of all of them, between all of them, and then when the ball was thrown in, he overthrew the stumps and it went down on the offside of the field, where the number 114 gathered, but not cleanly. He as well fumbled, and the batsman did not capitalize on that fumble. But there was an effort trying to catch that ball.
Yes.
Yeah.
When this one is a wrongful toss and it swung out to that man that is coming in on the backward square boundary, but it just falls short of him. I don't think that he was aware that he was in the air. He seemed to take off a bit late there, and had he taken off a bit earlier, probably would have stood a better chance. It fell well short of him, although it did hang in the air. So a few opportunities being presented by the USA batsmen in the last two deliveries. These two batsmen have done a relatively good job of steadying the ship here. This one is driven nicely and a good stop by the man at cover. Only allows for the single.
Yeah, the man on the deep mid wicket or the backward square, he turned off late when the ball was struck. Apparently, he didn't see it, and it fell well short of him. In fact, he pulled back. There are some players who would have swooped under it, but that was not to be.
And he's also not starting on the boundary itself now. He has taken a few steps in. He's about 4 or 5 steps in from the rope. Of course, the boundaries here at St. Mary's Park in Keon, they're really wide on on when it comes square of the wicket. So batsmen struggle to hit square, but this one is swept and it's gonna go for 4. And that man at backward square, he had some ground to cover, but a really good shot. He got low and he swept it into a safe area. It was in the air for a little bit, but of course, no chance of getting out. There was no one in the vicinity. And Jendal he now moves on to, I believe it's
14.
14.
Yeah,
Yes,
from 16 balls.
And this partnership, they're 27 from 34 deliveries. And this one is full again, and it's hit off most of the inner portion of the bat to mid wicket. I don't think he hit, he connected with that one cleanly. And this one is
Maybe soft hands. There should have been a single there,
Ooh,
and then an
and yes, an
overthrow, which
overthrow
allows the single. Here was a ball that was played gently out. In fact, they were looking for 2. It was played gently out to a short cover area, and instead of instead of taking the single, they fumbled. There was miscommunication. The throw came in, which they overthrew the wicket. It ran off into the other side of the field, and a single was had. There were a few incidents like that, but by and large, I think the Guyanese ground feeling has been rather well. Let
Yes,
me make way for Al Edwards.
no problem. Says Matura now. He's set to bowl right through this innings.
Okay,
He
no problem.
so far has 4 wickets for 42 runs in 9 overs. So he'll be looking to get a wicket in this over to complete his 5 wicket haul. When this one is full and driven to the man at mid off.
John, John, what was it? What was it?
4 for 42. 4 for 42. Ooh, and this one is just outside the off stump. He was looking to cut it a bit quicker at this one and beaten for pace there. And good take there by the wicket keeper. Apple. He's really been sharp behind the stumps, I must say. This one is flighted again. Good delivery. Just trickled into the offside. So it seems like the batsmen are determined just to play out this over, get to it without the fall of a wicket. Of course, that would conclude his spell. And this one is just uh, played away in the gap. It's going down to third man, and the batsman come for two.
John, let me go.
You said take down the score.
Ooh, and this one flighted nicely. So I believe there's just one delivery left in his spell for Matura. Ooh, and he's playing back to this one, just jams the bat down. And so that concludes a really good spell of bowling uh, by Nityanan Matura. He bowled 10 overs, no maidens, and got four for, I believe, 44 runs because I think 2 runs came off that over. And so, really lovely spell of bowling there. I think he was a bit guilty of being too full on occasions and the odd short one. Of course, you get that kind of inconsistency with a leg spinner, but he did bowl well in partnership with Chulai, and they were able to get. He was able to get the only 4 wickets to fall in his spell. Khan now set to continue from the far end.
Yes, can looking to break through with his off spinners.
When this one is short, and it probably didn't get to him with the pace. He thought he seemed to have gotten through that shot too early. He was falling away. Was the batsman Basu?
That one was asking to be hit, and Basu refused.
And this one just played away into the offside for a single. Brings the left-handed Jindal on strike. Of course, it's midday now. It's the sun is shining in all its glory. But it's been a relatively okay day. It hasn't been too bad in terms of the heat. And this one, the batsmen are looking to get a quick single there. Oh, but they were put off by the man that was running in, that is Allen from mid off. And he's looking to hike this one away. He gets it over uh,
Wide
mid
off.
on and it goes for four. It's a good shot there by Jindal. He just uh, played that one over the top. Safe shot. The two men on the uh, leg side in front of square. They're both in the circle. So the score moves up by four to 132. Yes, 132 for four. This one is short and it's uh, hit it over the head of those two short fielders as the man at long off now. He comes around and fields at the end of over number 30. The score 134 for four.
Well, at this rate, they can look to get over well over 200.
So we see it well. We see a change from the pavilion end. Of course, that change has to be enforced. Matura would have bowled out his full complement of overs. So that brings Riyad Latif. Latif, of course, who was a part of the Breakout League for Guyana. He's also a part of the Amazon Warriors squad for CPL that is coming up in August and September. And so, not much by way of respite, Al. They with the one leg spinner finishing and
Another
one being
thought.
introduced into the
Another
attack.
risk. Another risk spinner.
Starts with a full delivery. Side the off stump, of course. He would be hoping to emulate at least that spell by Matua in terms of wickets. This one is just outside the off stump. I thought that one was a bit close to being called wide.
Yeah, he's teasing Thompson, the umpire. He looked back furtively.
Oh, and he struck on the
Oh,
pad,
yes,
and
but there are two sounds.
yes, I think that one came off the inside edge, and luckily so. Had he been struck there, it certainly would have been plumb. But we are seeing signs of some deliveries keeping low. Ooh, he's looking to cut this one. I don't think it was full enough for that shot. He just played it from the crease, and he's relying a lot on his hand speed here. His feet are all over the place. And he's not at the pitch of that delivery, but looking to drive it. It beats him now on the inside edge of the bat.
Well, Latif has a googly and he's not afraid to use it.
This one just played back nicely to Latif. So a solid start by Latif. He bowls a maiden in his first over. The score remains on 134 for four after over number 31.
I think they have 19 overs to go. And these two look like they want to consolidate the proceedings to make sure that they get up to a decent score of over 200. But with the introduction of Latif, again, the scoring rate has dropped. And Khan has been discouraged from experimenting and stick to his steady line. So let's see if they can tighten the grip even more. On this occasion, he was rather loose. In the last over, it was banged to the outside and banged to the onside, yielding some ones. Let's see if he can tighten up. If he does, that first ball of this over, that ball.
I think there's a change at the far end. It's Romario Ramdial that's been introduced into the attack. This one again, it's keeping low. Yes, it's number
Yes.
86. So yes, it's Ramdial that's coming from the far end. So a change from that end. Of course, it's just a change of bowler. It's still an off spinner that's coming from that end. This one is driven to that man at mid on, of course. The same field that was set for Khan. So you have those two men short at extra cover, and also a slip looking for any shots that come off in the air. That man at slip, he's a bit wide as well. It's more of a like a floating slip between first and second slip position. And he's looking to make some room is Jendal, and he just is able to get it to Midando. So he's probably looking to get a move on here. Of course, the overs are running out.
And it has been rather quiet with respect to ones. It looks like a maiden over.
Yes, it is. So two maidens back to back, Al, by the two new bowlers, the change bowlers, and the men from the US. What we've noticed, at least with the USMN2 versus the USMN1, is their approach to running between the wickets, and so it I would think therefore that it's more of a tactical approach, a strategic approach by the USMN in terms of the way that they rotate the strike in the middle overs in particular. We haven't seen the same from the USMN2. As this one is squeezed to that man at backward point. No run. So again, there's been a space of 13 deliveries that have been dots, and the pressure builds. Of course, that pressure can lead to wickets.
Yes, because they have to get a move on.
And he's looking to drive this one. It was in the air for a bit, but safe. And so the first run in 14 deliveries is a single out to the man at a deep cover. It's the scoring rate, it's just a little over 4 runs and over the projected score, 209. Of course, 209 was the score that the USMN team won got in their first game, and they were able to successfully defend it against Jamaica. This one is flicked to the man that is coming around from deep backward square, only a single on offer though. What's the average first inning score here at St. Mary's Park? Has been around 220. It's probably a bit higher, considering the fact that there was also a 300 plus score again.
Yes,
So
yes.
it's probably more in the range of 250 as an average first inning score. Of course, the second innings is where teams have really struggled. That is, as you would have noted, Al, when the spinners are able to really exploit the conditions, as we see a quick two being taken here, and good running by the two batsmen there. It seemed innocuous. The ball was played into the onside, and the batsman just seemed to cross for two. There was some hesitation, I believe. Sorry, it's the offside. It was the right-handed Basu on strike.
And by the time the throw came in, they already threw it.
And that one is a bomb ball. The fielders would have appealed for it though. It's a bit of humor there to end the 33rd over. The score now 138 for 4.
Well, certainly another similarity between this USA team and the number one counterpart is patience, because these two have been very, very patient in trying to build a partnership after the fourth wicket fell.
Yes, and that partnership now worth 41 runs from 65 deliveries. So yes, they have done a really good job of consolidating their innings. They would have lost 4 quick wickets. Uh, in overs number 10 and 20. So you see the third umpire is striding out to the boundary, so that would probably signal that there's a water break imminently about to happen. It's probably going to be taken after this over. So the early continues steadily. And this one is flicked behind square. The batsman would be pushing for two, but
Should be pushing for two.
yes, they should be pushing for two, but that's not the case. The man Latif, he comes across from slip, I believe. Yes, he was at slip, and he comes across and just keeps it to a single. The field now has to change for the right-handed batsman. So there's a man now going out at deep cover. There's a man at deep mid wicket, and there is a mid on and mid off. So there are only two men out on the boundary. And this one is slightly quicker, but well negotiated by Basu. Basu is 17 from 42 deliveries. This one is struck firmly to the captain Van Lang at extra cover, no run. So we'll take our little break here for water as the players refresh themselves
Because
with
to show
this.
the umpires have water. You look at that bag, it has fruits and snacks and some drink. So it might be a misnomer to say a water break. It's a snack break.
Well, it's a snack break for the umpires, but for the other fielders, they're just gonna get some water. So we'll take a short break here and join you after the water break. Welcome back here to St. Mary's Park in Keon for this encounter between Guyana and the USMN2. The USMN2 139 for 4 in 34 overs. Latif is continuing from the pavilion and he's bowled economically so far. In his third over, he's only conceded 4 runs. And he's looking to swing this one away. Is Jindal, and it's going down to the man at long on, and catch taken uh, by the fielder. And so, right after the water break, only the second delivery, a wicket falls. And so, the score now
Budu,
139
Budu,
for
Budu
5.
cricket.
Yes, it looks like Afraz Ali Budu who took that catch at long on. So, success after the water break for the men from Guyana. You see the new batsman that's striding to the crease. That is Sharia Gar.
Well, I think that wicket had to do a lot with scoreboard pressure. There are a lot of dot balls, about 13 delivered without a ball, everyone scored. And then they begin to realize that the overs are finishing. It's now over number 35 being bowled. And the one rate plummeting.
See,
For them to get anything competitive on this wicket, they need to get closer to 200. They're not yet past 150. They need 11 more to get there. With the number 7 batsman coming in. We're in number 17. Gaw. Shawir Gaw to face the leg spin of Ray Latif.
ooh, and he's leaving this one. It didn't turn that one. It kept a bit straight, but a good leave, good judgment shown by Gar.
Well, of course, we have to say well left.
Yes, and he's again looking to come forward. Yes, it of course, Al, there's a thin line between a good leave and a bad leave. Of course, that line is when you lose your wicket.
Like Campbell in the test match. I don't want to talk about West Indies cricket, but Campbell was out in the second, not playing a shot at all.
I think it was Kevlan Anderson as well in that first over. He shouldered arms to one that was pitched on the stumps and swinging back in. And of the many ill-advised shots I saw throughout that innings, that was probably the most shocking. And this one is short and he's cut it away, but good feeling by the man there at backward point. So this over is a wicket maiden. And so at the end of over number 35, the score 139 for 5. It's been
They
a
need
bit
about
of a
61 more runs in order to be competitive. How will they get them? And where will they get them from?
it's been a bit of a struggle for the batsmen here. They've really struggled to at any point really get a move on. They're now scoring at just under 4 runs and over.
Well, if they can continue that, they'll get to 200. If they can continue that, because the spin of Khan, Latif, and I think Chula has at least 2 more overs.
Yes, Chulai does have overs left. As we see, I believe a change in bowling now from the far end.
So from the 15, we'll have a few from medium pace.
This one is played out past the man at backward point, and the third man now is coming across. Batsman cross for 2. That change in bowler is Afras Ali Budu.
Here is Bodo to push out into the outside to the gap.
And the
Van
cap,
Lan struggles to get at it.
son, Van Lang is a burly built fellow. He doesn't really move around smoothly in the field. He's not really a refined in the athletic side of things. He does like to move around though. I have to give him that. He certainly chases a lot, but he's not the most graceful in the field.
Gar comes to face his first delivery. 141 for 5. He's forced back to defend. No run. Still 141 for 5. USA 2 playing against Guyana. USA 2 elected to bat after winning the toss. They've lost some 5 wickets all to the spinners. But here we have a medium pacer operating on the northern end. Ball is pushed out to Van Line, the captain. A little bit to his left. No harm done. 2 balls left in this over.
So the run rate continues to plummet. It's now under 4 runs and over. And this one is cut off the front foot to that man at backward point. There's one delivery left as it's being discussed. There's a change in the field. There's a man going to long off and the man at deep fine. He comes into the circle now. And this one is full in the block hole, but well played by that man, God, the new batsman. And no one taken. So at the end of over number 36, the score 142 for 5.
Mine.
Latif is set to continue from the pavilion end. He's in his fourth over. This one is driven, and that's really good fielding by the man there at cover. Had it gotten through, it would have probably challenged the boundary, but really solid work there by the man Budu. And this one driven to, that is Wavell Allen at extra cover, of course. Allen, he has been very busy in that extra cover region, in particular of the leg spinners. Ooh, and he's looking to get expansive there. Is Basu. He's getting an inside edge. A dribble to slip. And that's really good running. It was struck to the left of the man sweeping on the cover boundary, but because of uh, the distance that he had to cover, the batsmen were able to come back for two. So some urgency now being shown, especially in regard to the running by the USA men's team too. This one is flighted and it's driven to that man there at extra. So now it's sorry, it's cover. Flighted and driven to the man at long off for a single. And that concludes the over. So with the spinners, the overs, they've really flown to those overs. Score 144 for 5.
The engine errors are close to the 150 mark, and then they're going to have to get 51s, at least 51 in the last 10. That's 5 runs are over, whereas now they're scoring at about 4 and over.
So, as the day has progressed, we've been able to see uh, the pitch and the way that it's dried out now. We can clearly see the differences in surfaces that are out there. And this one is shot by Ali, and he's pulling this one to the man on the deep mid wicket boundary is Basu. Yes, it was Basu that was on strike. Gets Gar now. Gar, who has failed to score yet, is still on 0 of 8 deliveries. Ooh, and he's fishing outside the off
I wonder
stump.
what was his instructions. He has just looked to stay. Not attacking, blocking, not looking for singles. I think they want to keep the wicket intact until the last 10.
And he's looking to run this one past backward point. He only succeeded in hitting the man there. Yes, no one. Yes, he certainly found it a bit of a struggle, and most new batsmen at the crease here, they've struggled really. Uh, we've failed to see. Oh, and this one is full. Good Yorker by Budu, but well played by Gar. So it's been a steady bowling effort by the men from Guyana. Of course, they have 5 wickets already. This is the 38th over, but they haven't allowed the run scoring to get away from them so far. As Budu, he misses his mark. It's been a game of uh, it's difficult to call it. There have been moments where the fielding team has been on top, but the batsmen have stuck to their guns. They've tried to bat and bat as long as possible, maximize their time at the crease. Of course, that hasn't translated into much runs. The only batsman I think that showed any fluency on this wicket would have been Aripali. And Aripali, of course, he's the top scorer for the USMN too, and he's also in the top 10 run scorers of the tournament. And this one is looking to play it to the man that is running around at short third man.
Well, there's a round of applause from the teammates from USA too, as Mr. Gore gets off the mark. He's now on 1.
Yes, I believe the it's called over.
Why?
So the score 147 for 5 at the end of over number 38. As, as I'm being as I'm joined by Wilman McCall, the commentary position. Latif is set to continue from the pavilion end. Oh, and he's struck on. Oh, he's bowled. That one was the googly by Latif. I thought he was struck on the pad, but it seems like it hit the pad and went on to hit the stump. And so Latif strikes again, and he gets his second wicket after the water break.
Well,
So, sorry, a steady decline here by the USMN's two team.
yeah, as soon as I get here, somebody gets bowled. For the first time, the timbers have been disturbed for the morning. Everything has been catches in the cover point area, extra cover, and 1 or 2 lofts into the outfield. Now Latif has the distinction of being the only guy to have hit the timber, and of course the USFA team too faltering somewhat. 147 for 6, and of course Basu is still there, 53 balls, 24 runs. The incoming batsman is Rahim Zai.
Yes, it's
Rahim Zai.
Muzamil Abdul Rahim Zai.
Okay, I will only take
Yes,
the
yes,
last two.
yes, yes, yes. But is the
Yeah.
number 7, of course. The number
Yeah.
7 is a coveted number. I'm
Yeah.
not sure, particularly in cricket, but in football, it's the number that signifies the most talented player on that team, or one of the most talented players on that team. Of course, our producer, a big football fan, he can guide me as to that.
Yeah.
This one is short, and he's coming back into him. He gets it away to the backward point region, but Latif is certainly bamboozling these batsmen with his googlies.
Yes, he seemed to be creating some discomfort, and the ability to score has been restricted by Latif. 4.2 overs, 2 maidens, 8 runs, and 2 wickets. And in my view, quite a talent, quite a find, some people say. But he has proven his worth at this level.
Yes, of course, he does have a bit of experience being around more senior cricket. I would have alluded to him being part of that Amazon Warriors squad. So it's good to have that experience to lean on. Of course, he's the second of the leg spinners. Of course, we saw a great spell by Matura earlier. He got 4 for 44, as this one is cut backward of point, and it's gonna run away for 4. And so that is a really good shot by Basu. It was a shot outside the off stump, and he cut it away backward of point for 4.
Yeah, Barca played it late actually. The ball was apparently, we can't know from here, but it seems as though he was turning away from him. He waited on it, played it late, and he beat the guy at point, and it ran away into the boundary for 4. No third man employed, or the third man, if he is, that is rather wide. So Latif being spanked for 4.
And the 150 up now for the men from the USA. This one a faster delivery, but actually a really good take by the wicket keeper there. That was traveling and down the leg side, but again, Apple has really been quick behind
So
the
wide
stumps.
delivery according to the umpire.
Yes, it was a wide delivery down the leg side. This one well flighted, and batsman well forward, well played. That's Zai. And he's driving this one too long on, and the simple catch taken. He didn't have to move. That is Salim Khan feeling at a long on. It was struck firmly, but straight to him, and the 7th wicket now falls for the USA men's team too. That man, Abdul Rahim Zai, he departs now for 5 runs for 4 deliveries, with just the boundary that he would have gotten earlier in the over to backward point.
A well struck shot. He didn't have the elevation, the extension necessary to take it over the boundary, and so Khan was right in place. He hardly moved, and he took it right in front of us here on the deep, long on boundary. So Zai couldn't wait. He thought he had to be rushing. The next one is Taj. Ryan Taj is our next batsman. Of course, Latif, of course, creating some unpleasantries for the batting team. His bowling seemed to be very steady, just like, as it were, Chulai was very steady. Matua, anyway, he was,
Yes.
yeah, he was a little expensive, but he produced the wickets that Guyana really needed, and he wasn't all that bad. So Guyana has done quite a good job this morning, restricting the score. In fact, to look at it now, the projected score is now 198. It's fallen below 200.
But with this procession of wickets that we've seen, it's the question is, will they actually get to that point? Will they survive to get that 198? This one is short, and it's cut away, and the man on the cover boundary has some work to do, and he doesn't get there. He dives in vain, and so that's a really good shot, though. It's that man Mathura that dove over that one. but it was shot outside the off stump and firmly cut away backward of point, raced away to the boundary for four. So
Yeah.
that releases some of the pressure. They haven't really got much of those bad deliveries, but he certainly did a good job there of punishing that one.
The man cover ran for all his worth, but it was too well struck and too far away from him for him to do some remedial work.
And batsman now struck on the pad. He's looking to work that one away. Lucky the bowler there isn't someone backward of square. There is a man at short fine leg. There's a man on the deep square leg boundary. There's a mid wicket and a long on in place on the onside. On the offside, there's a short third. There's a point. A man sweeping on the cover boundary, extra cover, and a long off. It's a slow delivery now, played into that gap, and they'll probably push for two, and they'll get there easily. So good cricket, smart cricket by Basu there. I did mention that there's a bit of a gap between the fine leg and the deep square leg boundary, and Budu would be better served just honing uh, more on that off stump line and not getting too straight. Oh, and this one whipped away stylishly to that man on the forward square boundary who's deep. They get a single. So Taj now, he'll face up for his first delivery.
Yeah, the bowler is erring on the onside, and given the fact that they're most of the fielders on the offside, and that big gap you say is being exploited by Basu in particular.
When this one coming off the bottom of the bat rolls into the offside. One delivery left in this the 40th over. What do you? I know we've spoken about past scores before, and I do believe though that the men from the USA, barring some type of miracle, will probably fall short of it.
It seems that way, but with cricket you could never know. It's never finished until it's finished, and with a scoring rate of 4.4, and the projected score has now gone to 202. Taj has faced two balls. He hasn't scored. Basu has faced 58 balls. He's 32. And Badu, 4 overs, no maidens, 14 runs, no wickets. Latif, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs, 3 wickets.
So, just to do a bit of a comparison, McCall, at the end of over 30, the score was 134 for 4. And now at the end of over number 40, the score is 161 for 7. And so I just want to highlight that in that phase of 10 overs, the Guyanese were able to restrict the men from the USA to 27 runs for the fall of 2 wickets. So they certainly would have had the upper hand in that phase of the game. And of course, it's
See, and with the restrictions, wickets do fall sometimes, and wickets did fall.
as we see a player coming off the field with a bit of an injury. Looks like Budu, who's been bowling from the pavilion, sorry, the far end. This is Latif now, though. A nice drive by that is Basu all along the ground. He only gets a single for it, but that was a really good looking shot, McCall.
Yeah, Basu looks pretty good. It would have been devastating if he had, if Alapelli, the captain, was around with him, because he seems pretty capable. Nice soft hands, and a single taken. This has been the hallmark of the both American teams. The batsmen play with soft hands, and they run quickly.
It's the run rate has just crept up over 4 runs and over. This one is flighted nicely, and they're looking again to take a single. So we can see a shift in their intent in regard to collecting the singles that are on offer. Of course, this goes a long way into getting them to the well a good par total. Of course, the par total here at St. Mary's for the team batting first. It's just about 220 to 250. That's what we've seen so far in the tournament. Of course, we've seen two scores over 300 here, and both of those would have been compiled by the USM men's team one, of course, the men's team two in a bit of a bother here.
Easy
And he's
catch.
taken
Easy
the,
catch.
and that is such a simple dismissal, McCall.
Soft dismissal.
Yes,
Ball well pitched up. He was backed as if he wanted to steer it somewhere, but he got the edge. Taken by Apple, and Apple, a very enthusiastic like keeper. He was glad to gleefully. Was it the keeper
no,
or
it
full
was,
slip?
yeah, it was
Full
Van
slip.
Lang.
Yeah,
Yes, it
yes.
was Van Lang,
It's away from us. And
yes, it was such
Van
an
Long, yes.
innocuous delivery. It seemed
Yes.
like it was a nothing shot. Really, he was as you said, he was trying to play from the crease. There was no foot movement at all. He just stuck his bat at it, trying to open the face, but it seemed to just simply went to slip. There wasn't even much of a reaction by the players. There wasn't. Normally, when you see a wicket, the players are
Yeah,
cock a
there's
hoop.
a
They
yes,
jump
yes.
up and they celebrate. But that one so innocuous. It just felt like a training, something that you do in training, a practice drill
Mhm.
almost. But we see uh,
So
that it
Latif is creating
yes,
some concern. That's why they were trying to take singles as frequently as they did.
yes, and the batsman dismissed is Taj. He is out for one run from four deliveries. It brings the new batsman on strike, Siddhant Senthil. He's batting at 10.
8 wickets down. Yes.
This one is left nicely. Yes, the men from the USA have really struggled against the leg spinners. And the Latif really showing his class. He's uh, gotten 4 wickets for 17 runs. And this is a nice drive. Looking to get forward is the number 10 batsman, Senthil.
Yes.
That concludes the over, though. They score 164 for 8.
Well, Basu will be asked now to shepherd the last two batsmen. He has been there for 60 balls. He has hit two boundaries and he has 34 runs. He's the one that is set. And in order to prevent being bowled out before 50, he would have to now begin to the process of shepherding or helping the law order these last two so that they can extend this from 164 for 8. And if they
Yes,
can get to 200, it will be some credit to them.
yes. Well, it's certainly going to be.
But let me say 180.
Well, yeah, it would certainly require some effort on their part to get to 200. Although I do agree with you, it's important for Basu to face the majority of deliveries left in this innings. Of course, there are 9 overs left. And so, on the flip side of that, his partner, whoever they are, now it's Sentil, but he needs to stick around and try to get singles to get Basu on strike. It's not just about facing deliveries, of course. You still need to score. So they shouldn't look to get bogged down. Just try to rotate the strike, get Basu on strike. Ooh, and he's playing this one nicely down to third man. There's a change in bowling from the far end. It's Wavell Allen, number 74, coming back from the far end. Allen, of course, who's been very busy in the field outside of his opening spell of bowling, which he was a bit guilty of being wayward initially, but he was consistent when did trouble the batsman a few times outside the off stump. Of course, neither of the opening bowlers were able to get a wicket.
It's all spinners on this wicket.
Yes, and specifically the leg spinners, they've shared 8 wickets on this one. Just train down the leg side.
Yes, losing his line a bit. He's all the way down the leg side. And at this point in time, he would need to be as direct as possible toward the stumps, bringing them into contention in the event that the batsman is late or if he misses.
And a bit of free advice for the players here. And this pitch here in Cairn, it's important to be wicket to wicket as much as possible. Give yourself the best chance of getting a wicket. This one is played softly into the offside, and a good run in there. The man Basu now gets back on strike. Sentil gets off the mark with that single. So the field is a man, a deep third man. A man now going out at long off. Sorry, that third man is now coming into the circle. So there's a short third man, backward point, extra cover, long off, and a man sweeping on the deep cover boundary. On the offside, on the onside, there's a short fine leg. There's a man at deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and long on. And so no one on in the circle on the onside, forward of square. Oh, and this one is looking to cut it away, and a quick single taken. So
Yeah.
good running. This is good running. It hasn't been really a main feature of their innings so far, but in the instances where they have decided to take those quick
Yes.
singles, they have been very decisive.
So there are 8 overs to go, am I right? After
Yes.
this one.
Yes.
If they get 4 runs per over, that makes 32 runs. Add to what you have, it's equal closing on 200.
Yes.
But of course, it depends on the discipline of the man called Basu.
Ooh, and again, the number 10 Sentinel is trying to cut that one away.
Sentel looks pretty capable of staying and maybe even hitting.
Well, I do want
So-
to believe that, considering, of course, we are assuming here McCall, but considering his stature and the position that he's batting in, I want to think he's more known for his bowling. But I won't take
you would
any.
think so.
Yes, he looks to be built like a fast bowler.
That means he should be able to hit it long. then.
Yes. But he sets up well. His get up is of a batsman with some technical quality, and one of the things that I look at in regard to that McCall is where the bat comes from when he's facing up now.
Really?
Depending on where it comes from, it's coming from more of a first slip, more of a natural swing of the bat. They pick up, some batsmen pick up from behind, or
right.
sometimes they
Okay.
pick up from
Yeah.
wide. But his pickup is more from a natural position. It's from just about first slip, and he's looking to crack that one through the offside. Just gets a single for it. So Basu would be hoping that he can stay with him as they try to maximize the final few overs here at St. Mary's Park.
They're trying not to get bowled out.
That is a very important part of the game. When he's tickled to short fine leg and a chance for a run out, and it just misses the stump. I think had that hit, he would have been in for a shot for a run out there. And good backing up though by the man at extra cover.
Yes. But by the time he comes back to throw, the batsmen were already in. Sentel has 2 from 5. Basu, he has 37 from 63. Again, like I said, I think he's the one to be taking on the next few overs and to bring in the USA men to a more respectable position. 171 now for 8. I have to refresh to make sure I'm correct, right? 171 for 8. Basu 37. And Allen just bowled an over, which I think he's losing his shape. That one is gone past a slip in the air. He went a little to his right and he runs all the way down to third man fine for 4 runs. And of course, Latif, for some reason, erring, throwing a ball full. That was full, and it was struck. It was edge actually, past what could have been between first and second slip, but it went quickly. And before Van Long could react, it was down to the boundary for 4. Latif, 6.1, 21 overs, 21 runs, 4 wickets. He's looking for a fifer. This one is played nicely out to the cover area, and goes down to on the boundary. The man runs away from backward point and collects. And of course, there was a fumble.
You see, well, it was more of an unfortunate situation for the fielder. He just shot after bouncing, and I probably was expecting it to bounce
again, right?
but it
So
but
it
it
stayed
just
down.
yes, and so unfortunate for him.
So that's the fifer that we're talking about. Latif has taken his 5th wicket. There was Sentil getting one that was regular. He went after it. His body was not behind the line. The ball took the stumps, and he was out bowled. And so Latif has taken his fifer. I was looking, and then last man Patel goes to the wicket. So the score, as we look at it, is 176 for 9.
Yes, and
With Latif, 6.4 overs, 2 maidens, 22 runs, and 5 wickets.
and just as I was talking about the technical get up of Sentil, well, he showed why he's batting at number 10.
Yes.
That was such a ill-advised shot. It was an ugly hike across the line, and he was beaten all ends up there, and really an ugly dismissal. He was doing well when he was looking to just rotate the strike, get the single to get Basu, who is 42 not out at this moment, as the last batsman for the USMN 2, that is Ayush Patel,
Patel, that's right.
and he's now taking his guard. But something to reflect on there, Sentil, that was just really an ugly cricket shot.
Well, you know,
I know he's going. I know he's going for runs at the end, but he still.
I've
needs to
seen
be-
it even at the test level. If you try to pull a ball, I learned early that you must get behind the line. So if it misses the bat, then it touches you or your pads or whatever the case may be. But there's a cricketer who got out like that during the last test, which I wouldn't want to talk about. We don't want to call his name. A big wahoo. He missed it and it crashed into the stump because his body was not behind the line of the ball. I wouldn't want to call
Yes,
his name at this point.
I have a feeling I know who you're speaking about. And this one is driven. And so we also must highlight the fact that Latif would have completed a 5 wicket haul here. His figures really remarkable. He's bowled 7 overs with 2 maidens, 5 wickets for 22 runs. And so the 2 leg spinners of Guyana have caused some serious problems here for the USMN too. They haven't really been able to handle them in any way. As we see the captain, Jonathan Van Lang, he's coming into the attack from the far end. So
Yeah,
after this, just 7 overs left, sorry.
Replacing Allen, who was very wayward in the last over. He had a couple of wides and he was not doing anything. And so that change was well justified.
Yes. And then he was very wayward. He conceded 7 runs in that over. So quickly taken out of the attack now. The captain shoulders the responsibility here. Ooh, and this one is driven nicely into the offside by Basso. They're going to look for 2, but good work by that man Mathura. Gets the throw in quickly and limits it just to a single. The number 11 batsman, Ayush Patel, is on strike, and Van Lang would be hoping that he can remove him without any more runs being added to the total. Now, although we are talking about the average first inning score here, we want to highlight the fact that those averages might have been skewed by the USMN's team one,
That is
who've
correct.
really done a good job of applying themselves on this wicket. The other teams have struggled to score runs. I think what happened was the USMN team probably walked with this pitch from their training camp.
Well, there's the rule and there is the exception to the rule.
Yes,
There are some people who defy
yes,
it and have gone too. But we have to realize that nobody has won a game batting second. Have we?
yes.
Nobody
Well,
has won a game
yes,
batting second.
there
Either,
was that one game.
the Windwards,
No, the Leewards would have chased down 140.
141, right?
Yes, but that
And with
in of
some,
itself was,
mhm,
yes, there was some
that's
concern
right.
throughout that
That's right.
game, and the and there's a chance for a run out, and I think
No,
had the captain just let that one go, it would have hit the stump. It seemed to be in a trajectory that would hit the stump, but the captain, he
he took it
wasn't backing up from
right.
behind the stump, so he wasn't aware of where the stumps were, and he was the one that caused that run out opportunity to go a begging.
Yes, and then he threw the ball at the stumps as well. Apparently, the ball gave him some a sting in the hand, so he wanted to get rid of it.
It's on the back of a length, and it's the batsman again. So they're looking for the quick single. However, it seems to be some hesitation in regard to the calling, and so it's not as smooth.
I
Of
want to
course,
think he wants to get the other
Basu, yes,
batsman on strike.
yes, he
So he's
has
doing all his worth to get a single,
he has
even
to
though it's
get
not
Basu back on
available.
strike. Basu is 44 now from 67 deliveries with three boundaries. As there's a change in the angle, the captain is now coming around the wicket, and this one is a Yorker outside the off stump. Patel is looking to hit it over cover, it looked like, but he wasn't able to do so. See, so the field for Van Lang to the left hander, there's a man at deep third man, a man at long off, a man on the deep cover boundary. There's a cover point, extra cover. And this one gets it on the full, but is only able to drive it to that man at extra cover. So the over concludes over number 44 with the score on 179 for 9.
And the Guyanese would be well advised to dismiss this last pair as quickly as they can because it seems as though Basu closing in on 50. He's not getting many opportunities to bat, but the idea is to get them out at this point in time so that you can be facing 180 runs, which could be a challenge in the second innings.
Yes.
However, the USA men's two, they are hanging in there, and Basu is going to face Latif.
This one driven to extra cover. That the fast bowler, Wavell Allen, is feeling there. He's been very busy at extra cover today. And this one is driven nicely out to the man on the cover boundary. They only get one, and so an interesting four deliveries that we're gonna see here. The man of the moment, Latif, is gonna have four deliveries to try to get the number 11 Patel out, and he changes his angle immediately, goes around the wicket. There isn't anyone out on the offside sweeping. There's a man just about long off, but he's a few steps in from the boundary. He's about a midway point between mid off and long off. This one is floated nicely, but well played by Patel. The good thing is that he's making the batsman play. The delivery is not giving him anything to leave outside the off stump. Ooh, and he's looking to drive this one, Patel. He only gets it to the man there at cover.
Well, given that the over is almost over, Basu didn't think he should take a quick single at this point in time.
So he has one delivery left to negotiate. Does
Right.
Patel? And we see a change in the angle now. Latif going over the wicket. And he's struck on the pad and he's given out. And so the change of angle works. He was beaten by the leg spinner, playing back to one that didn't climb in any way. Probably should have been forward to that one. But that brings about the conclusion of the USMN's two innings with the score on 180.
I want to think he was trying to punch a ball that was coming back at him. And as a result of that, he was given out LBW. In fact, he was struck dead in front. And the bowler, even before appealing, he was running away to the offside, celebrating while the umpire took his time and gave the affirmative. Is it 180 or 179?
Yes, 180.
180 all out is the USA 1.
Yes, and the fielding team, the Guyanese are being applauded off the field by their coaching and the few fans that are here.
And Latif leading the team off.
Yes, Latif, who would have
6 wickets.
And Matura, who would have gotten 4 wickets. And we'll just recap the scorecard for you before we also take a short break here. The opener, Ansh Boje, he got 32 from 29 deliveries. Amag Aripali, the top run scorer for USMN2, he got 27 from 31 deliveries. Sean Jindal got 25 from 40 deliveries, and Rahul Basu got 45 not out from 69 deliveries. And the bowling effort for the Guyanese, well, it was really a two-man show. There was Nityanan Mathura, who would have gotten 4 wickets for 44 runs in 10 overs. And the man of the moment, we had Latif. He got 6 wickets for 23 runs in 8 overs. But we must also compliment Gulcharan Chulai, who, although he wasn't able to get any wickets, he would have only conceded 20 runs from his 7 overs. And so we're going to take a short break here for lunch at the St. Mary's Park in Cairn, and we'll join you when the action is about to resume. Good
That way.
afternoon, all, and welcome back to the second half of this six round encounter of the CWI Rising Stars Men under 1950 over championship game between Guyana and the USMN 2. Of course, the men from Guyana are in pursuit of 181 for victory, having bowled out the USMN 2 for 180 in 45 overs. We are just about to begin the chase. The opening batsman, Ramnath Rampasad, is at the striker's end, and he's joined by Romeo Dionarine. Opening bowler is Ayush Patel. He's got 3 wickets so far in this tournament at an economy of 3.76. A good start, that one, just back of a length, and well played by Rampasad. He got on his toes, of course, just to recap a bit. The Guyanese would have taken all 10 wickets via leg spinners. And so that would be an excellent addition, considering the fact that there is a bonus point system in place and they haven't had the best form coming into this match. They only were able to win one game, and that was their last game. They'll be hoping to keep up that winning momentum, as I'm joined by Al in the commentary position. Ooh, and Rampasad is looking to cut that one through the offside. So the field set here, there's a slip in place and a gully. There's a man at deep third man. There's a backward point. There's an extra cover and a mid off on the offside. On the onside, there's a deep fine leg. There's a man at mid wicket and a man at mid on. And this one is full and driven nicely to the man there at mid off. Yes, and as you would have noted, Al, it has been a pitch that has suited the spinners so far in this tournament, and based on what you've shared so far, it's an in general wicket that supports the spinners, and we have seen the team batting second in this tournament so far here at KR, and they've really struggled to get any uh, momentum in their chase. Of course, the previous game here, which was a top of the table encounter, uh, was very anticlimactic in terms of what happened. The Bajans were routed for 89 in pursuit of uh, a score in excess of 300. I think it was, yes, 307 in that game. So we are hoping that we get uh, some more action in this game. We hope that it's a close encounter. And this one is short, and he's trying to pull this one away, but no run uh, was conceded. So at the end of the first over, it's a maiden, the score, and no run for no wicket. Yes, it's that man. Yes, it's Mozamil Abdul Rahim Zai. That is certainly a mouthful. He is wearing the number 7 in his jersey. Ooh, and this one is lovely. by Dionora, and he leant on that one and caressed it to the cover region. Um, there is an inquiry by the. It, it was an inquiry there, and the uh, umpire now signals four. So a really poor start here by Abdul Rahim Zai. Was a half volley outside the off stump and a no ball at that, and he just leant on that one. Did and timed it nicely, and it got to the boundary for four. There was a valiant effort by the man at backward point, and so free hit now. It's gonna be an offer for Dion Ryan, who would have scored a 50 early on. Oh, and this one is driven nicely. Again, backward of point for four. It was a full delivery outside the off stump, and he just opened the face on that one and steered it past the backward point. And he's now gotten 8 runs from 2 deliveries and 2 really lovely shots to the offside. Ryan, of course, who would have gotten a half century earlier in the tournament. So he's certainly one of the farm batsmen for Guyana. And
Yes,
Rampasa
he has scored some runs. Yes, Dion Ryan.
and his partner, Rampasad. This one is nicely. He's coming forward, so he's looking in these first 3 deliveries. He's looking really good. Is Ryan, of course, his partner, Rampasad. He has acquired 123 runs at an average of 24. He's the second highest, he's joint highest run scorer coming into this match. Of course, he's joined with Afras Ali Budu, who also has 123 runs. And this one is punched to that man at a backward point. So the field here for Abdul Rahim Zaid is a mid-on and a fine leg, as well as a mid-wicket. Sorry, the fine leg is on the boundary. On the offside, there's a slip, a deep third man. There's a man at backward point, cover, extra cover, and mid-off. Some good chirping going on there.
He was walking across it. Say hello.
Says we have a little interruption in play here. As there's some spectators.
Beautiful interruption.
Yeah.
A beautiful interruption.
Yes, I would have noted a beautiful interruption now. It seems like the bowler was distracted as well. He conceded a wide there. Oh, okay, yeah. And this one is driven again nicely to the extra cover region. And so 3 wonderful boundaries in this over. That one, a half volley outside the off stump. And he leant on it and drove it nicely to the cover boundary. And so Dion Ryan is looking really good here. He has 2 deliveries to negotiate in the second over, but he's shown great aptitude in his place to the offside. He's hit 2 to point and now 1 to the extra cover region. And he's punching this one now, got on top of that one and played it past point for 4. And so with 1 delivery left in this over, we've seen a plethora of shots to the offside. There were 2 drives to the point region of the front foot. There was a drive to extra cover. Now that one just off the back foot, opening the face and guiding it to the point region. and really good classical batting here. He's not trying to overhit it in any instance. He's just used the pace of the delivery and timed it well.
In all instances, the fielders felt that they had a chance and gave chase to the ball. The ball, with the timing, just kept running and running and running away from them. The invitation from the ropes was accepted. Now they're putting in a sweeper after the score is coming up to 18. But there are certainly some pleasant drives to the outside. Here is Zaya again to a full toss this time. Missed out to give a cry of anguish as he punched it to Ari Pali in the covers.
And at the end of over number two, they score 18 without loss. And so after a bit of a sedate start, they would have conceded the maiden the Guyanese in the first over, but they've certainly made up for it in the second over. Of course, Zai being a bit guilty first off with his first delivery being a no ball. He would have committed a cardinal sin there, especially in the limited over game. But we've been treated to four excellent shots to the offside by Dion Ryan. Rampasad now on strike. He is facing up to Patel, who's coming from the far end. And he's looking to drive. And this one beats the infield. And they're going to come back for two. So a lovely shot there. And so both of these batsmen showing their proficiency to the offside so far in this brief time in the innings. But they've both looked to get forward and hit the ball to the offside. That's a good sign.
Certainly, both of them are looking efficiently fluent through the outside. First, we saw an array of shots by Rampasad Ramnath, and now Diona joining in the party with a pleasant cover drive, penetrating the field, picking up 2 runs. The score is now 20 without loss, and this the third over being bowled.
Sorry, I just want to highlight that there is a bit of a discrepancy with the name. Now, on the team sheet, it's written as Rampasad Ramnath, but officially it's Ramnath Rampasad. So we have it.
Yeah, he has two surnames.
Yes. So the man with two surnames, as you would have put it, Ali, we've still messed it up a bit. But of course, we do apologize. That is more of an issue with the team sheets that were presented to us. But nonetheless, no harm done.
Coach.
This one is short and pulled away. That is a lovely shot. It was short, it was slow, stood up in the wicket, and the batsman just swiveling on that one, and it flew to the backward square boundary. So a bit of a flyer here for the Guyanese in their chase of 181 for victory. Ramnath. The guy backwards from this going up. Ooh. And this one is short outside the off stump, and he's flashing at that one is Ram Ramnath. Okay, so we just got clarification that it's Rampasad Ramnath, and again we do apologize. I think it shows up. It shows up correctly, and this one is reaching for it, so it shows up correctly on your screen. At the end of over number three, this score is 24 without loss. So the men from Guyana, they require 157 runs from 282 deliveries. So as, as it stands now, it's not a difficult equation as it pertains to the runs required or the deliveries left. But it's more about how these batsmen out there and also how the other batsmen from Ghana would apply themselves in getting these runs. We have noted that once the spinners come on, the run scoring dries up, and it's been really difficult for teams batting here second at Kaon throughout this tournament as we see a change in bowling from the pavilion end. It looks like Sharia Gar, number 17. One. And there's a shy at the stump, and there's gonna be some overthrows, and they're gonna look to come back for three. They should come back at least for three. They don't though; they only get two. But that was a bit of sloppy feeling there, and I think it's the captain Aripali who would have fielded that one in the covers and took a wild throw at the stumps, of course, and no one backing up, and the batsman crossed for two overthrows.
Very much ill advised by Aripali. Batsman was going nowhere. They already said they're not going to take a single.
Oh, and this one is full, man. Played out to that man there at point. Yes, Sharia Gar. He's played four matches, right hand medium. He's gotten two wickets at an economy of 5.62. This one a bit straighter, and Diona Ryan is looking to get forward. He's had a bit of a flying start here. He's 18 from now 9 deliveries, sorry, 10 deliveries with four lovely boundaries to the offside. And this one is a bit full again, but a good stop by the captain Aripali at the extra cover region. He parries it to mid off. The batsman cross for a single.
Very good stop indeed. He saved 3 runs.
So
But that one was bound for the boundary.
Ramnati comes back on strike. So there's a bit of change in the field for the right-hander. There's now it looks like a gully, and the third man in place. Ooh, and this one is played nicely. Good shape by Ramnath there. I think McCall would be proud of that one. He got behind the line of that one well, played it with a straight bat, and mark of a good batsman, good technical quality. You see, there's a cover point, there's a man at cover, extra cover, and mid off. When this one is clipped to mid wicket, and the end of over number 4, the score 27 without loss.
Comparatively, at the end of the fourth over, when the USA two team batted, they were 16. 16 without loss. The guy is at 27 for no loss as well.
So, of course, what the men from Guyana can use to the advantage is the fact that they would know what the equation is. It's not like they're setting a total. So they are aware of how or what they need to do to win this game. It's just about how they apply themselves and would be looking to break this chase down in phases. Of course, the first phase would be getting to this first power play. And for them, they'd be hoping to not lose any wickets to complement the flying start that they've had. This one is down the leg side, wide given. Of course, there's a certain difficulty for bowlers when there's a right and left hand combination at the crease. It does cause them to adjust their lines and lengths according to the batsman on strike, and it's just something that may be a bit minor, but something that
And this
yeah,
is the first time that Patel is bowling to the other line.
and he's driving this one full delivery. So Patel is he's not afraid to pitch it up. He does have a man there at slip that's waiting for the edge. So for Ramnot, there's a slip, there's a man at deep third man, there's a point, cover, extra cover mid off, and on the inside there's a mid on, mid wicket, and a deep fine leg.
They have to continue pitching it up to hope to get the edge, despite his tendency. Oh, he dropped.
Drop. Son, that catch being dropped by number 17, it looks like. That is the bowler Gaw. He was bowling from the pavilion in the previous over. It was a good effort by him. He had to jump.
Nothing shot really.
Son, Ramnath would be mindful that he should give himself uh, some time to get in. He knows what the equation is. He has struck one boundary so far in his innings. Sorry, this is Dianarain on strike. Dianarain struck it well to the offside. And this one is played, steered past that man at backward point, and they're gonna. And I'm not sure what happened there. Al, can you? Well, an eventful end to the over. It seems like they crossed for a single.
Yes, they eventually got the single. After much hesitation, they eventually went through for the single.
Oh, and this one is a lovely flick shot over backward square. It's going to run close to the boundary and it crosses there now. And so that is a good wrist work there by Ramnath. He flicked that one off middle stump and deposited it backward of square. So stylish looking shot there. And the men from Guyana, they now move on to 33 without loss with one delivery left in the fifth over. So a bit of a flyer here, Al. They're going at uh, just over 6.5 runs. Of course, they require a little now above 3 runs and over.
It was about 3.75 at the start. So now I'm sure the requirement has gone down.
And he seems to have been squared up a bit there, Ali.
Played way too early for that one.
Yes, he the ball met the bat more than the bat meeting the ball. Yeah, it probably was a slow delivery. Nonetheless, it was
Really, really.
negotiated and they scored 33 without loss after 5.
It's Gar to continue in the second over. A solid defensive shot into the cover for Ivy Palito field. The man with the two surnames, two titles, Rampasad and Ramnath. The real one is Ramnath. He's facing now. Joint leading scorer for Team Guyana. They are well on their way in chasing down 180 for victory. They have 33 of them so far.
This
Trying to
one
sprung
is
to the point area. Fila is there. Straight at him.
he's lucky to get away with that one. All it was short, and we've seen his proficiency in the point region, Dion Ryan, and he just lent on that one. He seemed to have a lot of time when he hit that one. He certainly batted well so far. This one now wide outside the off stump. I noticed that for that delivery, his trigger movements, he was already back and across before the bowler even jumped. So there are little things like this I noticed with batsmen.
They're moving very early.
Yeah, and they're waiting. They're already in some ways set in a stance. It's difficult for them then to adjust.
Daisy waiting again. So that was wide again.
So as we see a bit of uh, ill discipline here is Gaw, been guilty of bowling few wides. Oh, and this one is hitting this one in the ear, backward of point for four. And so Dion Owen, he continues along his merry way. He moves now into the 20s. He's 24, I believe. Yes, he's going to be 24. And that one, he just got underneath it and hit it over a backward point, bisecting the gap. There is a man that is sweeping on the deep cover boundary, but he was nowhere close to that one. And four more added to the total.
He couldn't get there. Kim or Hussein.
Good leave. Now you said, I highly doubt that even the best sprinters in the world would have gotten to that
That's
one.
why I
It
said
was
Kim Collins or Usain Bolt. And
certainly
they would have
might-
been challenged because the ball was well struck.
of course, as a sprinter, you do need a head start. And so, had they even gotten a head start to that one, it would have beaten them. And this one is whipped backward of square, and it's gonna run close to the boundary. There's a man at finally coming across, and the batsman crossed for two. But that was a stylish shot. It was just above maybe the thigh area, but he used his wrist, clipped it backward of square. And he's really looking in good nick. Is Dion Ryan here? He's hitting the ball well. He's driving really well. So he'll be
He's looking like
hoping.
a classic left-hander, stylish. Almost everything they do look kind of stylish to us, especially those that have right-handed dominated atmosphere. Here is Go.
When this one is lined badly and it comes off the pad, it's gonna run close to the boundary. They only get one. It's gonna be leg buys, yes. So at the end of over number 6, the score 41 without loss.
A very good start. Exactly what is needed to chase down a total like this, which is somewhat under par. But if you get bogged down, it could be a mountain rather than a molehill. For both batsmen, one on 26 and the other on 10, they're into double figures. The score pushing on to 42. Scoring at the way to about 6 and over, when only 3.75 hours is needed.
Yeah.
So do you know how to face Patel?
One, this one fumbled by the keeper,
Samuel.
number 2, that is Samuel. Of course, the captain as well, Aripali, is also a wicket keeper, though he's stationed at extra cover.
One or two games when Samuel wasn't available for whatever reason, and we can keep. But at the moment, he's in the extra cover area.
So as we see a change in the field here, there's the slip coming out, and there's a man now at a backward point and more orthodox point. There's a cover, extra cover, and mid off, along with a man on the third man boundary. And again, that man, Dion Ryan, he's back and across really early, even before the
Sets himself
jumper
up.
is, yes, before the bowler has jumped in his delivery stride. And that is something that he probably would need to take a look at. You don't want to get yourself too set, especially as an opening batsman, where there are different factors that you have to consider.
Did he already moved?
And we are hearing some encouragement from the dressing room, from the coach. He's telling the batsman to back up, and I do agree with him that one could have been a quick single there. It was played softly enough. The man at mid wicket, he's uh, a bit far from the square. He's not on the circle by any means, but that one was played softly enough to get a single.
I certainly agree with you, especially since we had a lesson from the USA one team on how to run these singles. That non-striking batsman would have been almost halfway down the wicket.
And
So the man at mid wicket would have had to come in, twist his body to throw down the stumps at the non-striking end.
ooh, and this one is on leg stump, and he's flicking this one away to the deep fine leg. That's Gar, and he throws it in. So there's just one delivery left to negotiate in this over, and it's gonna be Ramnath that is on strike. Ramnath is diminutive in stature. He's not a tall or strapping figure by any means, but he does seem to time the ball well. And this one is flicked again stylishly, and it's gonna challenge the man coming across that backward square. A sliding stop by him, and the batsman crossed for 2. So at the end of over number 7, the score 45 without loss.
Well, Team Guyana well on their way in this chase. 45 without loss. So 8 overs gone.
7.
7 overs are going into the 8th over now. To be bowled by Gaw.
The left-handed Dion Ryan, there's a man at more of a backward point. There's a cover point, and man sweeping on the boundary on the offside. There's a extra cover and mid off. Ooh, and this one is flicked backward of square. It beats the man at short fine, and he's gonna try to stop it. Yes, he does. And the batsman crossed for 2. So Gar has been a bit erratic in terms of his line. He's been guilty of being a bit too straight, and he has a predominantly offside field set.
But unlike the Guyanese bowlers, even though they weren't penetrative, you can see them consistently trying to stick to the off stump line. Of course, Allen had a few wayward deliveries on the leg side, but by and large, the attempt to stay at the off stump line was clear. This is not so with Gar. He's all over the place. Sometimes on the leg side, it's where, outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump.
And He has been very guilty of that guard. That's about his third wide that I can recollect outside the off stump. So when he's not too straight, he's also too wide. So he needs to get his rhythm going. I think he's changed his angle. He's gonna go over the wicket. Oh, and this one is driven in the ear, but safely to the Mandia deep cover. It was a good shot though by Dion Ryan. He moves to 30. He's now 30 from 28 deliveries. Ramnath, he's 12 from 17. Ramnath, of course, is seems to favor the leg side. It looks like he has really good wrists, as we've seen on a few occasions where he's flicked a few deliveries backward of square.
And he too looks like the anchor for this innings.
And right away, what you can notice with him is that his trigger movements are a lot later than Dion Orion. He waits until the bowler is just about to jump to move back on across, and so from a technical standpoint, it allows him to adjust better. This one wide down the leg side, and as I was alluding to earlier, Al, there is some difficulty for bowlers when there's a right and left hand combination at the crease. They have to adjust their line. Now that delivery would have been a good one to the left hander. It would have been just touching his off stump, that line outside off stump for him. But because it's a right-handed batsman, it's gonna be called wide.
Of course.
Getting back and playing this one with a nice straight bat. So although Dion Ryan is the more prolific in terms of the run scoring so far in this innings, between the two, Ramnath seems to have, for me, the better technique at the crease. He looks to hit with a really good straight bat, gets back on the cross well, covers the line well.
Well, in true ODI strategy, he seems to be the anchor of the innings. He'll bat and bat and bat, but the others attack around him. And so we're seeing Dion Ryan, Romeo Dion Ryan doing the attacking. In fact, he has attacked well. He has 31 so far from less than 30 balls. So Gar will continue. Flick early, but should mid wicket. 4 runs.
And what can I say, Al? That is a lovely execution of a flick to mid wicket. He waited on it and he just flicked his wrist at the last minute. It was in the air for a bit, but good balance. He got over the ball well, got over it, and it raced away to the boundary. So again, he's showing that he's a more predominantly comfortable on the onside.
Yes, it's the second time he's played that shot to different bowlers.
And this one now whipped away to fine leg. It's gonna run for 4, and so again he's showing his strength on the leg side, and in particular with his wrist. That one flicked fine for 4, and so 2 boundaries to end the 8th over. The score 58 without loss.
And in quick time, the 50 has arrived. So it's down now to about 122 more to get. 123 for victory. So they can start counting down.
Yes, and the required rate has now crept under 3 runs and over. It's 2.90. Of course, the required rate was never really something that the batsman should have worried about approaching this innings. They just need to get 181 for victory, and that is just a little over 3 runs and over. So that's not really something that I believe would challenge any team that is batting. It's more about how they can apply themselves and take the game in phases to get to that total, of course. They've done a really good job here of Guyana. They have 2 more overs to negotiate before the end of the power play. But so far, so good. They're scoring at a rate of 7.25. And this one is driven nicely. This time by Dianarain to the offside. He's gonna get a boundary. Yes, he does. And so again, he continues uh, with his onslaught through the offside. Al, he's really shown some good shots, shown us some good shots today.
One has showed favoritism for the offside, and the other showed favoritism for the onside. So they're perfect ply together.
Yes, and it was a half volley, but he didn't try to overhit it. He timed it nicely, got it to the gap. That is the most important, really. And this time he's getting solidly forward. So, yes, I do agree with you. All these two batsmen seem to complement each other well. It seems like Ramnath would drop anchors, we would say, but through the innings, he does seem to have at least the technical setup to do so. I'm not saying that Dionarain is technically bad in any way, but he has been more of the aggressor in this partnership so far. He's done the bulk of the run scoring with 34 from 29 deliveries. Of course, Ramnath, he's not been a slouch by any means. He's 20 from 21 deliveries. And this one is hit over extra cover for four. So again, Dianarain, he's just toying with them on the offside. That one, a half volley again, and he got under it and just lifted it over the captain, Dia Aripali. He would have thought that he was in it for a catch for a second there, but well struck. And it had to be to get over his head. It was a good leap by him. But yes, the score moves up by 4 to 66 now without loss.
Well, Gore must be regretting, and he's going through a mental stress right now because he's the one who put down Dion Ryan early in his innings, and now he's going pell mell. After that, she's on 38, 12 short of a half century. Probably the second half century for this competition.
Oh, and this one is edge. Now past the man diving at backward point. I don't think that's where he wanted to place it. It came off the outside edge. And so maybe the second false shot he's played in his inning so far. The man there at point, it's Rahul Basu. And it was a half-hearted attempt to stop it, but it flew away to the boundary for four.
It was well beyond him and well beyond the man down there, Taj, at third man. Ryan Taj feeling at third man couldn't do a thing to stop that. So 3 boundaries.
And this one is a full toss and it's flicked away now. Backward of square. It's going to run close to the boundary. It should get there just about now. Yes. And so for the first time in his innings, I believe, Dianarain has hit one to the onside for 4.
I think it is his first scoring shot on the onside indeed. Most of it, apart from the overthrow, was still played through the offside. But on this occasion, he had a full toss. He just swung it around to deep backward square for 4.
So Guyana have really gotten off to a flying start here. Of course, there's still 1 over left in this the power play, but 74 without loss. That is a really good effort. As we see a change in bowling from the pavilion end, it looks like that man Abdul Rahim Zai will be coming back. Of course, he did have a very expensive first over. He went for 18 runs, did Abdul Rahim Zai. So he'll be hoping that he can at least pull back his figures in this over. Of course, this is the final over of the power play.
USA 2 has not gotten deployed as yet. They have not gotten deployed as yet. They bring back Mohammed Muzamil Zai Another medium pacer, I'll have to put up a placard for them. Spin.
When this one is short and it's gloved down the leg side, it's gonna challenge the man coming around at fine leg, and they only get a single. Now, I want to address that, Al. I think that there is a mandatory stipulation that the fast bowlers have to bowl in the power play, and that's why you see as soon as the power play is over, the majority of the captains will introduce their spinners. I think it's mandated that there have to be fast bowlers bowling in the power play overs for this tournament.
If I consult my notes, Guyana didn't follow that rule because the 10th over was bowled by a spinner. Allen, Allen bowled 5, Van Lang bowled 4, and then spin was introduced the 10th over.
This one short and it's pulled down to backward square. Of course, I can verify that for you. I can't verify that for you, but I think I was told that
There are some points for fast bowler and so on.
yes, but I think that it's mandatory for the fast bowlers to bowl in the at least the first 10 until the first power play.
So
is
will
completed.
Guyana be punished if that is recognized?
Well, that is something that I'll ask the umpire about.
All right, so let me keep quiet then.
Yes. And this one is short and slapped to the man at mid-on, and he's a bit distraught with himself. There is a Ramnot. That one really deserved though to be punished. It was short, and dare I say very slow, and he had all the time in the world to hit that one away, and he was only able to hit it to the man there at mid-on. This one short again, and he's uh, just pulling this one into the ground. So we have some clarity there. There isn't a stipulation, Al, for the spinners to bowl in the first end, but the fast bowlers have to bowl a certain percentage. This one short again. And so Abdul Rahim Zai, he's insisting on a short length, insisting on bowling short. And so, yes, some clarity provided there by the match referee that there isn't a stipulation for spinners to bowl in the power play overs, but they have to bowl a certain percentage of overs throughout the innings. And there's also the bonus point system where the fast bowlers, depending on who gets the wicket, if it's a fast bowler or leg spinner, there's a bonus point added. I know that one for sure.
Yeah, we've seen
Yes.
the bonus points table.
When Ramnath, he's squared up there. It probably was a bit too early.
Yeah, but he's trying to be ever so careful. You can see he's putting a price at high price on his wicket. Even when they bounce it and it's a slow bouncer, he's banging the ball down and not trying to hook for a boundary.
So I will take my leave and invite McCall to the commentary position.
Yeah. Well, good afternoon, Al. It's quite some activity since it was last year. 76 runs, no wickets falling, 105 runs remaining, and of course, all of 40 overs.
And all of 10 wickets still in the shed.
So, where do you put your money?
Well, I would go with common sense.
Yeah.
180 is under par on this wicket.
Yes.
76 without loss, chasing 180.
But remember, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. We just don't know what would happen. We have a change of bowling as we speak.
Here comes the spinner. So I guess I'll put down my money after I see the first set of spin.
First set of spinners trying to log in here.
Suntil.
Centil.
Suntil, see that Suntil spinner? Our spinner going away from the left hander. That one coming off the outside edge of the bat, going down to the gully area. No one to that ball so far. The other one is looking at the spinner, making sure he knows what he has before he goes after him. Third ball. He gets it past the man at short cover, and they do get the single. So 1-1. Remember, he's batting more or less the second innings that he was put down. Easy catch put down by Gore when he had just about 16. He has doubled that. He has moved on to 48. In fact, tripled his score when he was dropped. And now the right hander to face. Long forward defensive. Outer edge down to Gore. The man must be having a mentally stressed time as Guyana is making him regret every minute that he dropped him. Backed up the track.
So Centil seemed to be having things going quite well, quiet, and slowing down the run rate.
Drive to the outside, a misfield, they'll get one.
Yeah, such a nice over, and then to be spoiled by a misfield, that's not good encouragement. But that's the end of the over number
Over number 11.
number 11. And of course, 78 now without loss is Guyana, with, in my view, in the ascendancy. And with the second spinner coming on, it will give you a good idea as to where you can put your money.
Leaning towards Guyanese dollars.
Okay.
Never mind the exchange rate.
Yes, 103 required with 234 balls. There's no way that anyone should lose this game unless you lose a clutter of wickets and all your batsmen of pedigree, have gone back to the hutch. But 103 remaining and another 234 balls, it's all Guyana.
Well, they can do what they've been doing so far. Wait for a few wides, bang a few loose deliveries to the boundary. And then if they get on the ball, make the free hit count, and you'll be home.
Yeah, you see like that baller just played quietly to number 17. If you had played a lot easier, that would be a single.
It was a full toss. He could have played it any way he wanted it. This time he left the drive. One bounce into the pavilion.
A beautiful shot. Pitched up, and the batsman, Dion Ryan, took one step down, put his foot down, and slammed it up over mid-off of 4. In fact, the long off was short. Now he's gone back, and that was 4 runs. Beautifully played, actually.
My money is still on Guyana. These spin bowlers don't look too penetrative.
Well, not until they get the wickets. Right forward defensive is Dion Ryan, again playing quietly. The bowler is Jindal.
Jindal, very number 13. Jindal, left arm, leg spinner. Here you see, a sweep shot, down pass backward square. That one will run away into the boundary. 4 more. 4 more says the Ghana camp, and 4 more indeed.
Yeah, Jindal was in that case full. It was full, and he swept it, if you want to call it that, or pulled it around behind square and into the boundary for 4. Bad delivery, asking to be hit, and he was hit away for 4.
Here is Jindal again, trying to redeem himself. Into ball, on the leg side, missing everything. They coach for a bye. That's one by pushing on the total.
So Diana Ryan is 48 of 38, and Ramnath is 30 of 35. What's the other surname? Ramnath?
Rampasad.
Ramnath Rampasad.
He's using Rampasad as a title, but that's his first name. As his Christian name. He's Rampasad Ramnath.
Rampasad Ramnath.
Two typical names in Guyana.
Cricket
Both
related.
of course, yes.
No, coming from the south.
He has a lot of family.
Yeah, with that name.
Yep.
Sentil takes it up. He has 1 over for 2 runs and 87 without loss.
Outside of stump, wide, says umpire by him. That should make it 88. Motoring along his team Guyana in search of 180 for victory. A square cut, just passing man there at backward point, they get 1. A slide comes in from Gur into Jeremy.
Yeah, the feeling hasn't been particularly clean in the sense that we have had a few misfields and overthrows.
And a key drop catch.
And a key drop catch, which has Guyana still in the ascendancy.
Sintal in, he's back, pushing it into the covers. Diana Ryan, waiting for his second half century in this tournament so far. He just threw away. Next scoring shot can be a 2, a 4, a 3. Get him there.
Fielded by the bowler.
A back drive, fielded by the bowler, yes. Here is Sintal looking for the first wicket for the USA. Sintal into Bolton here, and he's back, chopping it down, and they should get his 50. That's 1. 20 for the second one, and that's it. The second 50.
Romeo Diana Ryan, 50 from 41 balls with 9 fours. Striking rate of 121. I think it's good going so far. That is irrelevant at this point in time. We have 224 balls yet available to get 90 runs. So Sentil comes from the north again, and he's bowling to Romeo Diana Ryan. And he heaves this one, or try to. It gets past the short backward square leg, and coming around from deep mid-wicket was one fielder. They both converged in it, and of course there were 2 runs out. 90 it is. 90 it is without loss, which is a rather good position.
Shoot, yeah.
It's a rather good position, given that the target is 180.
Well, the camp has started to count down already.
As a result of that, the remaining 88 runs, and there are 222 balls available for getting that runs.
This will be high treason to lose this game after this position.
Well, it will take a miracle from one of the bowlers to produce a spell that could remove at least 4 or 5 of these batsmen in very quick time, or a spell of bowling that ties things off to such a point where it brings desperation. That is not likely, but still possible.
And I haven't seen any with the propensity to so. All the balls we've seen so far, the batsman has free scoring and not a spot of bother. As Jindal, number 13, continues from the pavilion end, the southern end, as the sun comes back out, short, knocked into the onside, they can get a single, but they don't want it. Ball goes to go. Shooting at mid-on. Jindal. Better delivery. Similar stroke up to mid-on. 4.
93 without loss.
93 to loss. Quicker delivery.
Jindal is keeping things tight, trying to force an error.
Ramat is even tighter. Is he turning it into the outside looking for a single? Romeo sends him back. No, he screams. 4 dot balls. But they're well ahead of the target, so no need to rush. They can allow the Guyanese bowlers to bowl 1 or 2 maidens. They're so far ahead in terms of the required run rate, in terms of they're ahead in everything. Wickets intact.
The current run rate is 6.80, and the required run rate is 2.42. So it's all Guyana at this point in time, and the American tour would have to show some sort of inspiration, or they want to receive some inspiration to have someone do something that could give them a handle on this game. It has all flown away with the opening partnership of Diana Ryan and Ramnath.
7 more for the 100 partnership. It's at this stage that the coach will probably send out a message to tell them, don't panic. They can bowl 2 or 3 maiden balls. We're way ahead. Here's a chip down by Diana Ryan. A drive out to mid-off. Was a possibility of overthrow.
Yeah. Since the spin bowlers are on, there has been a reduction in the run rate, obviously. Not that it's threatening, but they're so far ahead that it doesn't really matter.
And now he turns it. A good looking shot into the answer, but there's a man at deep in wicket. Singles are coming out. They've been also keep going like this from their coach. And this time he goes big. Goes big. 1, 2. Pull back just inside the boundary. A combination of fielding to get it back in.
Yes, you can see the batsmen, they're trying to go long and go big. I wonder if there's a need so to do, given how things have gone and how far in front they are.
He's just playing to his natural style.
Apparently,
a little cat and mouse there just now.
There's a feeling that you get when you're flowing. And once that flow is restricted, of course, you want to get back to that natural feeling of free flight. And once you get restricted, then you begin to manufacture things that are not there. I would like to see the scramble for some singles if they are possible. I've seen a couple of times when I think a single could have been had.
Well, they're probably counting because they've gotten 6 runs so far off of this over. And they only need just about 3. A boundary and 2 singles.
So that's the end of over number 15. Over number 15 just finish. 97 it is. No, I need to refresh to get the update score.
So over here is showing 97. So
97 without loss. Just 3 more runs and then we have a 100-run opening partnership.
Jindal. Ball driven pleasantly down to long off. Ryan Taj is down there. Fields only 1-1.
And what I said before.
98 without loss.
Sorry. when he went for that big wahoo a few balls ago. That is not necessary. You're so far ahead, nobody's troubling you. There's no need to take risks. If you can get 98, 100 without risks, then why are you trying to create a situation where where you can get out?
You know, and driving back past the bowler, mid off is there, cuts it off.
So Jindal 2.2 overs, one maiden, 9 runs, and Sentil 3 overs, no maidens, 12 runs.
Jindal must run his back, slapping it through the cover point area. No run. Still 98. 98 without loss. Guyana giving chase to 181 for victory. They've passed the halfway mark, but the halfway mark in terms of overs have not gone as yet. Here we see in defense mode this time. As Dion Ryan.
No, don't run.
A little bit of sportsmanship being displayed there.
It shows you how important to have a good start. And this has been a very good start by Guyana. Beautiful shot. Taking one step down and slamming this one through the extra cover area. 4 runs. And like I said, it wasn't a risk. It was in the air for a short while, but he ran away to the boundary for 4.
And that's the 100 partnership. What a way to break the 100 partnership. 102 without loss. And that shot was played with disdain. He stood his ground. He didn't even bother to run. And stuck at his cap. Jindal. This in the face of the bat. Running it down to the gully area. It's 102 without loss.
I think that delivery was
79 more to win.
He was beaten in flight with that delivery. He was coming forward. He was a little slower than the one before. He got there before the ball approached, before the ball got there. So he simply patted the ball out into the offside. 102 for no wicket. 79 runs left, 204 runs still available.
Well, the management is up there counting down. St. Hill is continuing from the Capri Garage end. Punch up to long off. Possibility of an extra one just now as we approach the time for a snack break with the umpires. We've stopped saying water break because we see they have oranges, bananas,
and fruits, yeah.
Lucozade, fruits, maybe a bottle of water,
Beer maybe.
but chocolate and
Yeah, that one was played beautifully out to extra cover and 2 runs. Man running from cover to cut this one off and restricting the run to 2 runs. 105, I think it would be now for without loss. And these 2 batsmen having established themselves, they need to take it all the way. I don't know if it will be a record, but they need to take it all the way. Played quietly out in the offside. Sentil delivers his 3rd delivery. 3.3
well,
overs,
after giving that
15
life,
runs.
Dion and I must be thinking of a century.
Well, only 180 runs to be made. One of these guys could get a century, and he's now 61 of 56 runs, and that is something he could consider. Played out by Dion Ryan out to the extra cover area for another single, and he could consider 100, as you say, Al. That could be on the cards. He has already 61 runs, 62 runs actually, and batting well. The only thing I've seen him, he have done a few things that I think offer the American to some opportunity, and there is no need to take risk. If he bats normally from here on in, he can get 100 quite easily.
He needs 38 out of the one of the what's remaining. And here goes the third umpire. And the other guy is bringing water for the batsmen and fielders. They're not as fortunate as the umpires who have gotten, I'm sure, a banana out out there, some oranges already peeled, some pineapples, a chocolate bar to give them some energy. We'll spy at their snack bag at the moment.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After a well-deserved break by the players and the not commentators, the umpires, well-deserved break. This one is pushed away down to long off, wide long off, of course, by Ramnarath. And of course, bringing his score, I think it will be to 35, and allowing the honor line to face the music. Is 63, and I think I'll have to get the name of this new bowler. This one is Slam the game down to long off, long on. Jindal,
Jindal still
Jindal
continues.
still continues. And this one is plays down to long on for single. The score moves up to about 108, I think it is now. 109. Without loss, there's a nice touch out to wide long on for another single. And so the Guyanese are settling in now. They're taking the singles as regularly as possible. And here is one that is played in the air, but away from Patel. He stretched for it. I don't think the effort was as serious as it could have been, and he went down for a single. That was a moment of indiscretion by Deanna Ryan. There's another one played out to mid wicket for no runs, and that's the end of the over, the end of the 18th over actually, and the Guyanese are up to 111 now. It is without loss. 65 is the honor line, and Ramnath is 35. Should be, it says 30. It says 111 without loss. It's a score.
Well, this is supposed to be a delicate mathematical situation. Guyana needs 35 of those 71s. I don't know if they've been calculating that. Are you just going to play his natural style and whatever happens, happens?
That is if he wants 100.
Who wouldn't?
I understand. 110. It is.
The 4 centuries scored so far in this tournament.
Yeah,
two of them on discount. Srivastava scored 1. Gaga scored 1. Fontaine has scored, but not here in Guyana, I don't think.
Yes, Fontaine scored one right here.
Oh, in Guyana? Okay, yes. Good. So therefore, this is the happy out and go. Oh, uppish, but nobody close.
So he can become the fourth centurion.
The fifth
on this ground. No, we have had 3 on this ground. Yeah, you just call them, and he can become the fourth. You call Gag, Shapasteva, and Fontaine. Those are 3.
3, right.
That was scored here. And then now we have Deanna Ryan on 69. Play this one out to just backward of square, short. And he goes to his 66th run. And it takes him closer to 100, 112 now it is. Without loss is Guyana. And they're doing their bit, trying to win this game today. This would be the second match where the team batting second became victorious. The first one was Leewards against, I don't remember who they were playing against, but they won that game by making 142 runs for victory. So that bowler is Basu. Bowler has changed. Basu. He's bowled 4 balls, 2 runs.
Yes, Rahul Basu is the man for the northern end. And the batsmen are taking their own time to see what he has.
He flicks the ball, looks like a right arm leggy.
Yes, he looks that way. Short, tugged down to long on for a single. Well, Guyana will be in there. Would have recorded only their second victory for the tournament so far. If this game continues to go in their favor. They defeated the Leewards with their first victory in their last game by 2 wickets. They were going well, and then there was a collapse, and then common sense prevailed and sat them home. chasing 233.
Ryan
Yep.
Taj gets into the action in terms of bowling. He's going to take over from Patel,
Jindal was at this end.
from Jindal. So that's from Jindal. And now he's bowling to Dion Ryan. That's Taj.
Another lefty. Jeff out to the outside pleasantly by doing a Ryan. There are two fielders out there. Gore is one of them. Ball comes back in.
Yeah, the Americans need a little inspiration somehow. They need something to get them going again. There's no chirping, very little encouragement, and Romeo continues.
Well, they've had nothing so far, absolutely nothing apart from the drop chance from Dion earlier when he was about 16. He has added more than 50 since that.
Oh,
Now the dose comes. They were all to go for two, but they were hesitating, and then there was a misfield. 2 runs.
yeah, ball was struck well. Two fielders converged on it. The one from the cover area misfielded and was straightened up and cleaned up by number 17, which allowed the second run. Seems as though they were hesitating about having the second one taken. I can't say that the running between the batsmen are good. They have been hesitant sometimes to take even two when the ball is struck out in the deep.
Typical West Indians to me. They play their firm shots, fluent drives, big drives. They depend on boundary hitting. Changing personnel. Central comes out to a wide, long on, and Gar goes into the short wicket. Bang back beyond the bowler, out to mid-off. Jindal is out there now. Jindal fields. Jindal sends it back in.
Yeah, I take it from about the second or third over, the slip disappeared from the from the Americans. There's been no slip there for quite a while. It's pure defense. Trying to restrict. One here's another single down to wide, long on area, and so there's a message going out, Al. A message is that when you're on 72, you can get the 100. You just occupy. Well, you try and take all the strike possible, and means that it is still possible for him to get his 100. Could bet you that message.
60 more runs needed, and he needs 28. Oh,
60 runs required. He needs 28 for his 100. Ramnath has 36. Ramnath. Is that 36 or 38? 38, yes.
Or just 38, so 30 and 12. Sorry, 28 and 12 are the required ones for both batsmen to get to significant milestones.
Here comes Taj. There's a big shot, slug sweep down to deep mid wicket. 1 run. They could have been running for 2, at least on the first one quickly. But that is not the way. That is, they apparently feel that we have this covered.
Yep.
There's no hurry.
Leggy comes in again. Asking, and he gives
Okay, jump out.
first wicket to the leg spinner. Sweeping off the center stump. Says umpire, Byam. And finally, There's a breakthrough at 122 for one. No, you stir them, 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 you stir them for you stir them. I'll come in the next 20 minutes. I'll come in free one in the next 20. Okay.
Want to join him?
And like to thank Al for making way for me to come back into commentary. I'm joined by Wilman McCall as the new batsman is Shama Apple, the wicket keeper. He had a good day behind the stumps. He's a very sharp keeper. He seems to have good reflexes. Of course, he comes out due to the fall of the first wicket, which was uh, Ramnath, who was trying to sweep going across the line. He was struck on the full and given out LBW. And so the first breakthrough for the men from the USA coming in the 21st over. So it's taking them some time. Of course, for them, the equation is difficult. Guyana now require 59 runs with 9 wickets left and 177 deliveries to get them in.
Yes, and see the owner Ryan needing about 27 more runs for his century.
26.
26 actually. There's a first ball to Apple. He shoulders arms and allowed it to go through. The bowler is Basu, coming from the northern end.
Bowling right arm leg spin, and Apple is getting well forward here. And I just wanted to highlight in the phase of play between overs 10 and 20, the men from the US, they would have gotten 50 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. As this one is short and it's probably got pitched outside leg, and an appeal turned down by the umpire brings about the end of the 21st over. The score 121 for 1. Sorry, 122 for 1. Yes, I was saying, McCall, that the men from the US in that span of overs between 10 and 20, they got 50 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. And in comparison, the men from Guyana, they would have gotten 45 runs, but without the loss of a wicket, of course, that wicket falling in the 21st over. Yeah. So it's been a steady start here, but what the difference between the two innings is the flying start that Guyana has had. It's really put them ahead of the rate in this game. The run rate, of course, is just now a little over 2 runs and over. They're currently scoring at a rate above 5.5 and over.
Yeah, it's 5.81, and required run rate is 2.03. So it's a walk in the park for these batsmen.
There's a change in bowling from the pavilion, and it's that man
Sentil.
Sentil. He's a very tall bowler, tall and lanky. He's delivering from a good height.
Yes.
You would expect him with his height to
It gives it quite some air as well.
Get some good bounce as well because of where he's delivering from. Yes.
Nice loop, if we want to call it that, and
he will enjoy
generous flight.
He will enjoy bowling two left-handed batsmen at the crease. This one just played into the offside for a single. Yes, and it is interesting to see Apple coming out in the 3 position. Of course, I would have mentioned that the second highest, the joint highest run score for Guyana coming into this match was Afra's Ali Budu. And so I
Yeah.
do believe that this is an instance where they want to get Apple some time at the crease
Okay.
and to get in some form, of course. There's still two more games to play after this one. There'll be the last round of matches to be played on Monday,
Mhm.
and the finals uh, or the final round of games will be played on Thursday. Oh, and he's looking to hit this one nicely down the ground. He powered that one, and that's a good shot by Apple, who gets off the mark with the boundary.
Yeah, after the third delivery, he simply got under that one and lifted it over the bowler's head and into the long on boundary for 4 runs, and shows he has the ability to hit. And I don't think that's a problem for most West Indian cricketers. The problem is, can they work it into the gaps and get singles?
And,
That's my big concern.
and he's now punching this one to the man at the deep cover boundary for a single. See, and I just want to say, I don't know, you can correct me if I'm wrong, McCall. At the end of over number 22, the score 128 for one. It's the first time throughout this game we've seen a batsman show that type of intent. You can see that he's setting up to hit it hard, hit it firmly. Of course, there was Aripali who would have gotten a few good boundaries. Of course, he did score one maximum, but that was more of a languid push over long off. It was very effortless off
Yes.
the leg spinner, of course. Apple, in that instance, he wound up, got under it, and powered it straight.
Yes, but the Guyanese would have to be careful here. We have a guy with 74 runs. Apple comes in. He seems intent on taking some big risks to get big runs and quick runs.
Yes, and he
Now, if he does connect and keep connecting, it means that he will utilize a lot of the runs that is required by Mr. Romeo to get his 100. So they have to be careful. I thought I saw a message coming out, and even when Apple came out, I sure he must have told, look, shepherd this guy to the 100. And then, because there was no danger here.
Yes, and this one stylishly left by that man Dion
Yeah, no,
Ryan.
right, that's right.
Yes, Apple, of course, he's looking to be positive. His intent so far, he's looked to try to maximize as much as possible. I would say bad deliveries he's faced. He's only faced five so far. Oh, and Dion Ryan is just chipping down the wicket. He hits it wide of the man there at long off for four. It was a good shot. I thought that man at mid off, he stood a chance. He did hit it in the ear, and as he was coming around, I thought, wow, he looks like he's gonna have an opportunity to take a catch here, but it just eluded him. But good use of the feet there by Dion Ryan. He moves to 79.
Yes, and that, if you look at the other way now, he looks willing to take risks because he wants to get to that 100, and maybe he thinks, okay, that's one that he missed, putting on the onside, and that should be buys, wides, four wides.
Yes.
So if he realizes that the runs are being scored and he is not getting to his 100, he's going to take risk.
And with that, all that being said, McCall, the equation now falls to under 50 runs needed. The Guyanese require 47 from 166 deliveries.
Mhm.
Oh, and this one is tossed up nicely. Of course, Dion Ryan, he doesn't need to really panic here. He's just 21 runs away from what would be a really well compiled century. He
Mhm.
just needs to occupy the crease. This one is short, and he's pulling this one to the man stationed at the deep square leg boundary for a single. Yes, I don't think that Apple is going to uh, uh, get the bulk of the runs in his innings. I do believe that Dion Ryan will get an opportunity to get to his 100 should he continue to bat. This one flighted nicely, and a single now taken to long on. So smart cricket there by the Guyanese. Yes, I don't think Dion Ryan really needs to worry. He's now sorry, he's 80, so he's just 20 runs away, and the equation 41.
Hmm.
that is required from 164.
So he needs exactly half of that runs,
Ooh, and this
half
one
of
is
those runs to get to 100.
and he
He's just playing
squeezes
this
this
one out.
one
Mhm.
backward off point, and they just cross for the single. And I think then McCall, it would be fair to say that he'll probably look to farm the strike a bit and
Well,
see how much he can get.
he will have to go there and get the majority of the strike, giving him the best opportunity to get those runs. Now, Apple seems very aggressive. He seems like he wants to uh, come in and step things and get things going. But he cannot be ignorant of the fact that Apple, so
The
the
other
honor
line.
line is close to 100. And this is how people bat in partnerships. You must be cognizant of what your partner is doing.
I
I've
think
seen situations sometimes where one fellow has 80 and one other guy gets in there to bat with him. And before the guy reach 85, he has 50. That is selfish.
well, I would say
I've
that
seen that
it
many times.
it would be important to think about the result first, get the victory, of course. We see touch continuing from the pavilion, and it would be in their best interest, though, from a team perspective, to look at getting the result. Of course, the results
The
have been really
result will
bad.
take care of itself. If the Ryan gets the strike, the Ryan has 80 runs. There are yet 39 runs to go. He needs 20 of those runs. He needs to face the majority of the balls, get as many of the runs as possible so that he can complete a century.
But he's pushing this one too long off. I,
See, the irony is that if Apple is not aware of the situation, then he just may not get 100. Give him
again,
the strike.
I,
Let him strike.
I think at this stage too. I think at this stage, for them, it would be the. I would hope that it's the result. Of course, any batsman would want to get 100, and I do believe that should Dion Ryan continue in this vein, he'll get there. But
Yeah. If he's denied the opportunity to strike as often as he wants, eventually he going to manufacture shots and get out.
there's a
He's going to take risks and then he may get out. 43 for 38 runs.
when Apple is stylishly punching this one to mid on for a single. Still goes to the keeper's end, but I don't think that we'll find ourselves in a situation where he's not going to get to that 100. He's been batting well so far. I more fear that he's just going to throw it away in general. This one is flicked to mid wicket. I don't think it's going to be an instance where he's stabbed off strike and not going to get it. I think
If
I'm
he,
I'm
if,
I'm more concerned, to be quite honest, and this is just in general of his levels of concentration, just in general, to go on and get that 100.
if he is denied strike, he will not get the runs. If he is given the strike and get the encouragement, he will get the runs. If he feels like he's being denied, then he's going to manufacture some sort of shot and get out. But I think it's a very good innings. One would say that it would be unfortunate if he doesn't get to that 100.
Yes, it would be unfortunate, but it certainly shouldn't take away from what he's done so far. He's
True.
82 from 84 deliveries, and he's really been prolific through the offside. We've been treated here at St. Mary's Park, and this one, Apple is just cutting that one to demand the extra cover. One thing about Apple, when he hits it, it stays hit. He hits it very firmly, and he's really of that ilk, as you would have noted, McCall, of West Indian batsmen who look to power the ball. This one now just flicked to the man tumbling there at mid wicket. It looks like number 13, that is Jindal.
Fortunately or unfortunately, that's the way we like to see a batsman play. Hasn't brought us much success, even
And
at
this
the
one is
World
a
Cup
little
11.
flick, and it's gonna run away to the boundary, and that is a remarkable shot. Really, it wasn't
Yes.
that shot, but he just like flicked it a shot and flick, and it raced away backward of square for four.
Timing was perfect, actually. But like I said, this is the way we like to see our batsmen. We want them to be powerful and skillful to propel balls over the boundary. Um, and very little is taught about our technique, the ability to maintain your position in a wicket even though the ball is moving. That has gone out of our cricket.
Oh, this one, it's fielded on the half volley. It bounced a bit more than I think Apple expected. He has played well off the back foot so far. He's a tall man, is Apple.
6'2" about, 6'2" and a half. Six. More like 6'1" and a half.
Considering
Left-handed,
that,
powerful.
considering that he's a keeper, though, at the end of over number 25, the halfway stage in terms of runs, sorry, in terms of deliveries, they score 148 for one. Yes, I was saying, McCall, that he's an interesting height for a wicket keeper. You find that wicket keepers are more, I wouldn't say shorter, but they're certainly a more nimble and agile of average to probably shorter height. Of course, the West Indies would have produced some really good wicket keepers that were maybe not the tallest players in the world.
Yeah,
Yes.
many keepers are more diminutive in their structure, their height. The taller keepers, it's a long way down, and the keepers are normally always down, and they have to be up as quickly as possible on occasions. They on a line.
Ooh, and he's using his feet, and that has been something that I admire about his innings so far. He hasn't been afraid to get down the wicket, and on this occasion again, he's showing a propensity to get to the pitch of the ball. He's flighted and he's driving, and he seems now to have been pulling up. Now he's stretching that right leg, so maybe cramp setting in. It's a hot day.
Yeah, he needs to drink some water.
And this one is just back of a length, and he's shouted there in frustration. I think that maybe that little cramp that he's experiencing is probably playing a weighing on his mind. Of course, he just needs 18 to record a century, and he's driving this one now down to long off.
Again, they need 32, and he needs 18. I'm saying 17. So always there's only half. There's always half.
Yes. And here's Apple now. He's playing back to a full delivery. Bit ill advised there. He's lucky that didn't turn back onto the stump at the end of over number 26. The score 149 for 1. So the US have done a good job so far in the last at least 3 overs. There's only been 7 runs scored. So they've pulled it back a bit in terms of the scoring.
And that's
rate.
primarily because there's a new batsman at the crease, and Dion Ryan is sensing that he's getting close to 100. Most batsmen, when they get there, they slow themselves down. They put away certain strokes, and they go one single at a time until there's a change of bowling.
See a change in bowling. It's Harry Babu.
Harry
Yes,
Babu.
It's Dash and Harry Babu. He's gonna be coming from the far end. So the USA men too, they've been trying a few fair bit of bowlers trying to get a breakthrough. And he's driving this one is a Diana Ryan. They should come back for 2, and they do easily. And so he continues along his merry way. He is limping a bit, and and
Yes,
and I think it's probably more than he, because at the end of the over he didn't get any water. I thought the dressing room would have at least tried to assist him. You can see that he's laboring a bit. He's stretching that. I think it was his right leg. So
expressing some discomfort, maybe getting stiff, and it's the need for water in his system that is affecting him.
ooh, and
He's a
his
big
drive outside the off
drive
stump,
outside off stump.
and they would have looked to get two there. I think had he been maybe more fit in terms of being able to, he would have tried to come back for two. But because he's laboring on that right leg, they were only able to cross for one. Apple now back on strike. And Apple just drives this one down to long off for a single. So I think he's heard you, Al. Sorry, I think he served you, McCall, in regard to just giving Diana
Giving
in the strike to see if he can get to
see
his 100.
victory in this game is already assured. Yeah, I know I should not be saying this. So there is no need to worry about the victory. Let's concentrate on the young man getting to three figures, which is a very great landmark for him and for the team as well.
Yes, and I do concur that it's been a bit of a disappointing campaign for the men from Guyana. Of course, they would have lost four games coming into this one. They've won their last game against the Leeward Islands at Connery. And Diana Ryan is using his feet nicely again. They'll probably push for two, but they'll only get one. So, in spite of the fact that he's limping, his right leg is causing him issues, he's
Mhm.
still not been afraid to get down the pitch and meet deliveries on a different length. And this one is leaving his apple outside the off stump. And so over number 27 concludes with the score on 154.
So Harry Babu has delivered his first over, 5 runs coming from it. The required rate is now 1.17 runs per over. The current run rate is 5.70. Required are 27 runs and 138 balls still available to them. What is happening is that the honor line has 87 from 93 balls. He's closing in on a very well-deserved century if he gets there. And Guyana's, they are not worried about the victory. It is almost assured.
And Ryan is driving this one again nicely to the cover region. Yes, I do agree. It's really, if he'll get to that landmark, of course. I I do hope he can get there. He's playing back to one that's keeping a bit low. Of course. Should they get to this target, Ghana, or when they get to this target at this stage, when he was winding up, probably looking to hike that one on the leg side. As I welcome back Al into the commentary position.
The home stretch.
Of course, Al, you would have spoken to the third umpire recently about the drinks break. How did that go, Al?
The snacks break. We were able to discover that the bag had in all sorts of things, fruits and
Were you able to get anything?
of course, I shared some of the spoils with my fellow commentators.
And this one is it clipped nicely by Diana Ryan for a single. So he's going along his merry ways, is Diana Ryan, and that is good. I think it's important for batsmen to not really get bogged down the mental side of getting to a big landmark. Of course, the anxiety of getting there can sometimes overwhelm a batsman, but so far he seems to be well in control. Only issue that he's had really is that right leg. He did present an opportunity early in his innings to the man at mid-on. Ooh, and Apple is beaten, all ends up, and it beats the keeper as well, and it's gonna run away close to the boundary, and they cross for two. But that was a really good delivery there by Taj. It seems to have spun back and beaten the batsman and the wicket keeper. Some sign of spin now being shown on the pitch here. One delivery left in this, the 28th over. And he's back and punching this one firmly to the man they had covered. So the over concludes over number 28 with the score on 157 for 1.
All right, Babu coming. You'll be eight, man.
That's great.
Take me you're getting in. But is American helping them with the boys and wide? You get man, you're gonna attack. You got all out attack. Chief ball in this over. Well, we are seeing Guyana on the verge of victory, their second victory in this tournament so far.
And Diana Ryan is stepping down the wicket and he's lofting this one over extra cover. He'll push for 2. Again, he's showing a great propensity of to use his feet, get to the pitch of deliveries. And this time he's driving this one over extra cover.
We all have the same fear in that in trying to get these runs, he's going to get himself dismissed.
He's now on 90. He's driving again nicely, and a misfield by the man at cover allows for the single. He now moves to 91, and the equation now moves to 21 as well from 130 deliveries. And this is a full toss, and it's struck firmly back. And Apple now hits that one powerfully back past the bowler for 4. And so the equation now moving down by 4. I think it's 17 it would be. So 17 required from 129 deliveries. Of course, Diana Ryan needs 9 to get to what would be a really well compiled 100, and a stylish one at that as well. He's really blessed us with good stroke play through the offside. And Apple comes nicely forward. He defends that one solidly to extra cover. So he's
if
also
he's reading the game, that's what he needs to do to give back the strike to Diana Ryan. But he couldn't raise that full toss.
ooh, and he's leaving this one. And I think he's aware. I think he's aware that
But
he's
enough messages would have come out.
yes. I think he's aware that he's eating into the opportunity for Diana Ryan to get 100. So he's taking his time here. He's leaving again stylishly outside the off stump. So he allows Diana Ryan now to get the strike as the over concludes. The score 164.
And from
For
his
one?
gesticulations, he's like he's telling her, I'm doing it. It's all to you now, but it seems as if Diana Ryan is more physically challenged than anything else. He looks tired. He's jogging rather than running on that leg. But the adrenaline would flow when he sees 91 with 9 more to go. 2 fours is over and he'll be at 99.
Says we see a change in the field. So the man at long off is coming into the circle for Diana Ryan. So there is an option for him to go over the top of a mid off.
That looks like an option. But they defends this one for us. Straight into the offside to Basu.
And they're asking him. There's a change in the field again, so the man at long on now comes into the circle, and he's also going to go straight. Of course, the left arm around the wicket. He can look to target as well the mid wicket boundary, which is vacant, and he's chipping, and he's gonna hit this one. It looks like it's gonna go for six. Yes, it does. And so a really intelligent batting here by Ryan. The man at long on was moved in to the circle, and he decided to get down the wicket and hit that one straight over the long on boundary. Of course, little to no risk in that shot. Uh, it, had the man been at long on, it still would have gone over his head. It cleared the boundary.
Yes, but the temptation probably would
Yes,
not have been there.
yes.
They brought in the man to say, hit me if you think you're bad. And then our response was, yes, I'm bad. I'm going to hit you.
Yes, it really good shot by him. Ooh, and he's flicking this one out to mid wicket. He just needs 3 runs now, and the equation 100. Sorry, the equation is 11 runs needed from 124 deliveries now. Ooh, and this one is just outside the off stump, and he's reaching for it. So he's probably
The better equation, Vijay, is 3 out of 11. At the start of the over, he needed 9. With that big 6, he's down to 3. One more strike, one more boundary.
and this one is gonna be called wide. And so there's a packed offside field. There's a man at mid off, extra cover point, a third man, and a man sweeping as well on the offside. And on the onside, there's just a mid wicket, a deep square leg, and a long on. And he's flicking this one backward of square. He's gonna probably run close to the boundary. They're gonna come back for 2. And so he's now just 1 run away. And so Ryan, he just requires 1 run, and there's 1 delivery left in the 30th over. And they're gonna bring the field in for him. So they bring in the long on. The man at cover is also coming in. So they're trying to stop that single. And this one, it squeezes off the outside edge, and he's gonna get the 100. So that's a great 100 by him, and he celebrates to warm applause here at St. Mary's Park in Keon. And we see Apple as well. He's punching the air, and so that is a well compiled 100. He's being hugged, big bear hug there by Apple, but a really good 100 compiled here by Ryan. He's been very proficient, especially through the offside early on in the innings. We were treated to some lovely strokes in the backward point to extra cover region, and he just kicked on after that flying start that he had. Of course, they would have had an opening partnership worth 121 runs with the man Romeo. Sorry, it was Ramnot, the opening batsman. They put on 121. Of course, this partnership now worth 51. And so, with the 100 now being scored by Ryan, the Guyanese now only have to contend with getting 7 runs. Ooh, and he's reaching for this one outside the off stump, and
He's retire. He's showing some pain now.
He's really
Pain
struggling.
disappeared when the 100 was on the way, but nobody has gotten to the landmark. The pain has.
Ooh, and this one just driving it out to the man at cover. And so Ryan, he's 100 from 108 deliveries. And he's looking to get down the track. I think it comes off the outside edge. We are going to wait for the signal of the umpire. It's buys. And so that one probably kicked off the pitch. and it beat everyone, the batsman and the wicket keeper, of course. The keeper has conceded a few byes in this innings, but no fault of his there. That one just took off of a length. And Apple is looking now to finish it, and he just ends up hitting that one to mid off. So he certainly looks like he wants to finish it with a maximum here. Oh, and he's getting nicely forward and just puts this one into the offside. So at the end of over number 31, the score 175 for 1.
I think the other end should come out now. Yep. With just about digits to get 6 to win. No need to injure himself further. There's a match again on Monday, which could be very pivotal in terms of determining where they stand on the table.
So as we see a change in bowling, it's going to be Jindal coming back into the attack. And with his 100 now, we see the field being a bit more spread, of course. I would say a strange field is he does have a. No, that change is being made. Yes, I was confused a bit with the fact that the mid on was in the circle and to the left around the wicket. Of course, the Jindal is making a few adjustments to his field. And this one flighted. It's tempting him. This one is driven to long on for a single. I notice as well with Diana, he holds his bat really low, and so there's a bit of the handle exposed when he's batting. I don't know if you've noticed that, Al, but he holds his bat really low, and this one flighted just over the man at extra cover. It was jumping number 24, Ange Boje, short man, so he really extended himself to his reach. He looks about maybe 5'6". And Diana is looking to whip this one away. He's gonna get a single. So the score now moves up by 1. They just require, I think it would be 3 runs. Ooh, and this one is flighted. And you can see that the batsman there, he was caught in 2 minds. It looks like he wanted to press down the wicket, yes. Ended up playing it from the crease. It's Apple that's on strike. This one is flatter, and he's powering this one to the long on boundary. And that man gets a really good throw in. He throws it all the way to the keeper. And that concludes over number 32 with the score 179 for 1.
We got a good bounce too. St. Hill, who was bowling before, got a good bounce while he was on the long on boundary and got it back in way to the far end. Just 2 more runs for the Guyanese second victory of this tournament. They will probably remain, depending on the other results, they will probably remain in the penultimate position. But a victory on Monday could see them up to maybe number 5.
So I think because of the fact that all of their bowlers were that got wickets were leg spinners, that will add it to their bonus points as well in this game. So they do have a chance of leapfrogging someone, as this one is misfield by the man there at extra cover. It looks like the captain, Aripali.
And Windows is playing who? Because Windows is in.
Yes, Windwards is in the hunt for the top places. They're playing Barbados today. Oh, and Apple now he's losing it a bit. He needs to stay a bit low. He was standing up and trying to hit that one over mid off. So
Well, he's
needs
being urged by his teammates that was a good offer. They just want to see the end of it now because it's 2 runs away.
and he's powering this one to the man at cover. So he'll take the single. He's quite happy. They've put on a good partnership of these two batsmen. Of course, they've added 57 as now Diana in the man on strike. They just need one for victory here. When he just plays, he's looking for the single, is Diana Ryan, but his partner Apple doesn't respond positively. And it would be very poetic for him to hit the
Hit the
winning
century. I
runs
hit the century.
when he's leaving this
Oh,
one. And
what
so, and a truly anticlimactic end there, Al. We were thinking about who would hit the final runs. It came down to a wide. And so, with that wide, though, it concludes this game. And so, the men from Guyana, they registered their second victory, and there's the consecutive victories. They've now beaten the USA men's team 2 by 9 wickets. And really, their equation will be helped by the fact that they had 104 deliveries left to get them in. So, that's certainly going to help with net run rate. As we just quickly recap this innings, of course, with 1 wicket falling, we can tell you that the opening batsman, Rampasad Ramnath, he scored a 38 from 53 deliveries, and Shama Apple, not out batsman, 19 from 31. But uh, at this innings, or in this innings, it was the man Romeo Dianorine, who is the star of the show. He scored 102 from 113 deliveries with 11 boundaries and 1 6. And the bowling for the men from the USMN tour doesn't look uh, it doesn't make for good reading. The only successful bowler was Rahul Basu, and he got 1 wicket for 22 runs in 4 overs, and no one else really to mention in this second innings. It's been the Romeo Dianarain show, and as we say goodbye to you, unless you have something else to add, Al. But
Romeo, we are now. Centurion got a life on 16 and made the best use of it by going all the way to 100, past 100.
says there's some banter now between the spectators and the team, so it's been a good victory for them.
A handful of Guyanese spectators came in, and it seems as if they are familiar with the players are their family, and he's getting extra congratulations from the coach.
And if that is it, Al, I would like to thank everyone for tuning in to this sixth round match between Guyana and USMN. On behalf of McCall and Al, I'm Vijay, and I'm wishing everyone a good afternoon, and we look forward to seeing you back here on Monday for the final round of games.